live for a minute, but I was on preview mode. So welcome on in. We're going to kind of figure out a little bit going on with the little screen here or the thing. So it goes down in a way that it'll get you to see what I'm doing. I am so excited to show you this and what the project is. We're going to be doing more of this. I need to see how it's, we can unplug this. My phone is pretty much charged right now, but I wanted to keep it in there in case it was. So thank you, Tuber Chat. I want to absolutely put them in. If you're a channel that is looking to grow, please go visit Tuber Chat. They're amazing. Kevin is awesome. He really helps young creators. I think that'll be better. We'll see. We'll figure out in a minute. But you have to keep it a certain way so that I can. Okay. Can we
slide
this way? We're figuring this out, guys. Okay. Think that will show you, hopefully, show you what we're doing. And I'm so excited that I have two cameras so I can show you all. You also can put hashtag blessed in the chat if you want people to connect with your channel. So a little history so you all know what this is called. And I even printed it out in case for some reason I didn't figure out, I couldn't pronounce it because I'm still learning how to pronounce this art form. Okay, so I printed it out 2 ways in case I get back. This is what it is called. Okay. Hopefully that is where you all can read it. Okay. This is what this art form is called. Kinusaiga. Hopefully I did it justice. I don't know if I did or not. Anyway, this is what this is called. This is the art form. Now, the person who created this was created by modern Kinusaiga, and it's Sutsa Manano. And please let me know if I'm echoing in the chat. If somebody can just put one so I'm not echoing. Also written, it's Setsu. Her last name is Maeno. Maeno. She was was Japanese professional from Nagano who developed this art form in the 1980s after looking for ways to reuse beautiful silk kimonos fabrics instead of sewing the fabric pieces together like the traditional patchwork does. She tucked them into grooves into wood, creating detailed fabric pictures without stretching. Many modern Kinusaiga artists now use foam board instead of wood because it's easier to cut and more beginner friendly. So that's the history behind this. Now I will change the thumbnail now I've exposed what the art form is so you guys can see it. So this is the name of it. It is very beginner friendly. So with that being said, the picture that won for the vote was this. I'll have to do it this way. It's this, okay? This was actually what was won. The most votes was the rose. Now, originally I did it in this size. I made it a little smaller just because I think it needed to be. We looked at it and said, no, it needed to be. I just dropped it on the floor too. Okay. Oh, Josh, can you go in the room? You'll see a piece of paper with a square on it and a square inside. Can you hand it to me, please? Can you bring it to me, please? I know I forgot to. Hi, Brittany family. Hi, Brittany family fun. Hi, Mickey's Adventures. Hopefully I don't miss anybody. Hi, Epi. Thank you for the birthday wishes so much. Hi, Jaden. Again, thank you, Tuber Chat. Now, my birthday is tomorrow. We're supposed to have some pretty significant rain things, so please be praying that no storms come our way. I don't know how much sleep I'll get tonight, but anyway. So I want to start off this first so people understand a little bit. This is styrofoam. I'm going to show you what will happen if you use styrofoam. I don't know if I can bring this down a bit without. I think I can. Oops. That way y'all can see it a little bit better. There, that's what we needed to do. We needed to bring it down. It's too high up. So styrofoam, this is a 1 inch. Thank you. This is 1 inch styrofoam. Do not use styrofoam. Can't express it enough. Styrofoam is not going to be what you're going to need to use for this specific art form. It's not going to work. First of all, you can sell very easily. I can make pretty much a little bit of impressions. I don't know if you can see that. There's thumb marks in here. Also, it has air. So I'm going to show you an example so you can see it. What you want to use, and this is a smaller sheet, they come in huge sheets, is this. Okay, I'm probably not going to pronounce it right, but it's polystyrene. So if you want to do this art form, anything that has hi Riches, the Riches, welcome on in. Anything that is polystyrene, you can look for the Pink Panther. We found this at Menards. You can use. You can see from this little piece here, okay, it is much more compacted than the styrofoam. So you can't use the styrofoam, I can tell you that. I did put a list together under our fabric, our link tree. So you can go there. It is, some of it is affiliate links. I did put in where we got this, the polystyrene board from Amazon, or not Amazon, from Menards in there. I put Lowe's. I will not put Home Depot. I was not happy with their customer service. High Rushing Wind Mountain. I will not do that. So I've just done a very simple little pattern right here because I want you to see by just using 1 inch styrofoam. You can't go to your local craft store and get it. It's not going to work. You'll see why in a minute. You need the density. Now, I've seen people use one inch of this polystyrene. I've seen them use 1.5 inch. I've seen them use 2 inches. Doesn't really matter. Whatever you want to do. Thank you, Ryan. And Ryan, we did give you a shout out. I think it was last week, just so you know, in case you didn't see it. Thank you, Effie. Welcome. Thank you so much. Tomorrow is my birthday. I am going to look forward to celebrating. Hopefully no storms will come our way. So the reason I did this was because I really wanted you all to see the difference and do a quick example of what you did. Now, it is not a requirement or what you need to do. So you take an image. We will put this rose on our merch store for a free download. And then you can determine what size you want. Any other images will be like $1 on our merch store. But we did get this. This was about $45, something like that. I think I had a gift card. We had this. This is the company that makes it. And we had this. And the only reason we did do this and kind of invested in this, Josh says it was wonderful to use, was because, and you can cut this with a knife, you don't have to, is we see things happening with this art form, whether it's being able to hit kids together and so forth. And this was really nice to use to be able to cut the board if you're going to be doing things or looking into doing things like that. If not, and we didn't get all the supplies in, so I'm using what I have here, but they will be in tomorrow. So the person that made this possible, thank you. And we'll get them all in. It's not going to be any worries. We're also going to do a flag. So I have yarn, or guys, I'm not giving up crochet, just so you know. I've got art or fabric for flag. So we're going to be doing that too as well. But Josh had something that I could use tonight that is not going to be as nice as what I'm getting. So the first thing you need is the polystyrene board. You cut it to whatever size you need it to be, 5x7, 8x10. Doesn't even have to be there because you don't really need to put a frame on this. You can do the project, okay, just by doing the picture, putting it on the board, cutting out what you need, and you're done. That's it. Okay. And you can just hear the difference. This is very solid versus the styrofoam. But I want to show people this because you need to see that if you get the styrofoam by mistake, you can use it to practice on, but you're going to see the difference between the two, and between the two, and I will keep this for an example purposes. So I am just going to cut enough. I get a little extra, I'm not even worried about that, because you have to be able to put the 3M paper down before you put the paper down. We made that mistake for a minute. Okay. So you need the 3M paper. That is also in the fabric list under our link tree. It says new craft adventures, but I'll change it after I do that. You're going to take this and put it onto here. There was nothing smaller than this, so I'd have gotten it. Okay. So we're just going to put this on the edge. Okay. Then we're going to take, I've been told I have to be very careful with this thing. Okay. And we're just going to cut this underneath this. And you could do the same thing if I was doing the polystyrene and I didn't have that knife, be doing exactly what I'm doing, just be doing it. Just kind of taking it, keep going through it. You can tell there's already a mess from this, but there's not with the other. With all these little things all the way around, right? We're gonna do the same thing over here. And I'm only doing this because I want you all to see the difference. And it also shows you what you needed to do with that one. So then you're going to take your little piece of paper, right? And some tape. This is what not to do. Don't confuse polystyrene. You can go right to your Home Depot. This is not something you're going to necessarily find in your craft store. You're going to find it in your home improvement store. Okay. You're going to take your tape and you want to put it around your project. And you just want to tape it. I'm not even taking a lot of time with this, right? And tape went someplace. I don't know where it went to. I'll find it in a minute, right? Oh, it's on the scissors. Just so everybody knows, we're working back to monetization. Any help with that would be greatly appreciated. If you do want to support the channel in any way right now, it is through iCoffee or through Venmo if you wish to. That's the way we're getting supported right now in the midst of getting this whole thing done. All right, so our rows we're going to do in a minute, but I just want to show you this, okay? So you're going to take whatever cutting tool. The one I have that's coming is much more, it'll be easier to hold. You can use something like this. You can use an X-Acto knife. This is what we had. And you're just going to take it and go down your line. Okay? And then as you're cutting the paper, you're going to be removing this. The reason why I wanted to show you this is because especially when you get to these smaller little detail parts, this is where if you think of a balloon, okay, an air balloon, when you think of a balloon and it has air pockets in it, so does styrofoam. So as you're kind of pressing down on the styrofoam, what happens? It's going to deflate. That's what's going to happen with the styrofoam. It's not going to happen with this. So you're just taking it, you're cutting all your pieces. I'm not even doing this one totally accurate because this is just to do, this is what not to do. And the reason why I'm showing you why not to do this is because I did see somebody use it and they had to take their seam ripper and go up and fix it because they said I didn't use the right thing for it. And you could tell that it was having issues. So let me find, I'm going to use fabric that I know exactly which fabric I'm using. Some that I'm probably never going to find. I may find something for it, but I may not. Okay, so we're just going to use this. Okay. So what you're doing is your tool of choice is a seam ripper. Now, guys, this is a Singer seam ripper that my mother has had for an anxious amount of years. Okay. So you're taking the first layer of this stuff, and I've seen people do it with what is it? I can't think of what it is now. Tweezers, and taking it and pulling it up. I've done a lot of research on this. This stuff is very sticky. Let me just tell you, Linda. It's very, very sticky, right? And then you're going to take your fabric and you're going to put it down. You're going to cut away the fabric you do not need. And I'm only going to probably do one section of this little thing so you can see what I'm talking about. Okay. And this is why I said it's like glass. Not glass. Like styrofoam, or not styrofoam, like stained art glass. You can position it again because I didn't cut it big enough. But again, this is just nice. Stained glass and quilting together. Okay. Then you're going to take your seam ripper and you're going to start doing your initial tucks. Okay. And you're going to go down into it. Now you can see by me using the styrofoam I'm not getting good support. I don't know if y'all can see the jagged lines that are going to happen from not having it. You want to just gently go down, but I'm not going to get very clean lines. I can already see it because it's not the fabric, especially when you're dealing with little pieces of stuff. I don't even know. I'll do the rest of it. Maybe not right now, but I just wanted you to see. You can see they're not clean edges. Okay. They're not very clean edges going in. So you have that problem where if you're using styrofoam, you're not getting very good edges. So that's why I wanted to buy the styrofoam so you all could see the difference, right, of the two different kinds of material. The non-styrofoam versus the styrofoam. It's even having the problems with the sticky stuff. It doesn't want to stick to it. It's just not clinging enough to it. And I'll take you down this side so you can see. And I messed that side up, so it's not. And then that's where the little scissors come in, because you can take it and you can. And I've never done this before, so this is my first time doing any of this. I'm learning right along with you. Now I did get scissors that were curved a little bit, so that when you lay them down, it can go very close to the edge. You don't want to cut all because you want to leave a little bit room to tuck. Okay, and I'm just going to put this off. I'm not going to finish this because that's not what I want to spend the time with. But I just wanted you all to see, and this is why I got this foam, because I wanted everybody to see. You're going to see it more on this side. You see how those are just not clean edges. You really want these to be very clean, and they're not going to be, because as I'm working this is making dips down into it. So the styrofoam, no, do not use styrofoam. You can, but it's going to be harder to work with, and you're not going to have clean edges, especially when you're trying to do like this little piece right here. That's where she noticed it really was the difficult part too, was when she kind of did little pieces like this. And this is great for your quilters that are using up, that have, you know, little remnants of fabric. They can make absolutely beautiful things. Now, see, as you see, what's happening with this. This is getting dipped in here, and she was having to take her seam ripper and lift it on up. So I just thought it was necessary to show you all the difference of not using styrofoam. So if you're doing it, don't use styrofoam. That's the first lesson I'm going to say. That's my first little thing of not to do. What not to do is don't use styrofoam. So let's get on to the good stuff. Let's not even use styrofoam, but I thought it was important to show you. Right. I don't know if I can turn you all without it. Can I turn you on? You all can still see. That way I'm not looking upside down. I don't really want to look upside down. All right. But I also don't want to tell them, oh, you got to be in a different direction. Okay, so I'm going to bring you down a little closer. Whoops, sorry. You may want to, just so you can see what I'm doing. I'm going to take you out for a second. Record in case I need to charge. All right. You'll have to forgo we're learning new equipment, guys. Exciting. Okay. So you got your pattern on here, and there's a mocha here, right? You got your pattern. The first thing we're doing, before we do anything, we're going to cut in. Now, like I said, people have done, and we're going to get better, smoother cuts. This was the first one. This is an inch. People have done a half an inch. They have done half an inch, and they have done half an inch. And hi, Lucy. I think I saw Fairbrook Studios. Hi, Pete. If I'm forgetting people, I'm sorry. I'm not trying to. I'm trying to focus on telling you all how to do this. But welcome on in, everybody, to celebrate my birthday. I appreciate it tremendously. Thank you, Tuber Chat, for the raid. We appreciate it. So if I missed anybody, Ruby, you guys could put hashtag bless what's art, Pete, Blondie, like to tell Jesse, Rebecca, welcome on in, guys. If I missed anybody, sorry. Okay. I've seen people do it at 2 inches. I've seen them do it at 1.5. This is an inch. The first thing we're going to do is we're going to cut on every one of these lines. Okay. I'm good, but I'm not that good to look at a piece of paper. People have done it free-handed and you can't. But that's the first part you're going to need to do is cut each one of the lines. And you know, you don't want to go all the way through, but you do want to go through enough that you're going to be able to, you know, get a good tuck. You don't want to cut all the way through because then you'll cut through your thing. So we're going to do this side. Oops, actually, no, I'm sorry. I'm going to do this side first. So I still got the piece of paper. And I can tell you that it's much more sturdy to cut through this than it is the styrofoam. Much different cutting experience. And the knife I'm going to get is going to be a little bit better, but I haven't gotten it yet. But we'll make this work tonight. And then I think the other knife that's coming will be easier to control. But use what you can. It'll come tomorrow. We'll make it work. Always do on this channel. I'm going to hold on to these sides because I want the tape to hold up the pattern. So you're just going to take it and cut. It's a whole different experience. I can tell you that right now, cutting into this on every one of these black lines. Now, the thing to just pay attention is, and I'm not going to say this one's going to be perfect because I'm learning right across with you all. I am never done this before. I've been excited beyond measure to do it. I can tell you that right now. And I think you have to pay attention to where you're cutting because if you do it, then you'll lose your paper and your pattern. And that's not what we want to do. So I'm going to use a mixture of fabric, some fabric that that was sent to us on a wish list, and fabric that we were donated by in our community. So if you're thinking, I'm not what is it, a quilter, and I don't have any fabric, look at your local stores for remnants and ask your community. Hi, Kendi K. Hi, Crafty. Come on in. You and I got to sit and do this. Yeah, you and I have got to. I think it would be nice to do this, you and I together on a live. Um, I would say that ask your community if you're not somebody that quilts. Like I don't quilt. I admire it tremendously, but I'm not somebody that quilts. Ask your community. Maybe they have somebody in your community that has remnants. Um, this knife is just not as the one I'm getting is just going to be a little easier to handle, but I had to deal with just it is what it is. It's fine. At least I had something, right? Better than nothing. The other one will be more of a pencil shape and it'll be a little easier to finagle. Yeah, I'm learning how to say Kinusaiga. I think that's how you say it. I'm still learning. It is a Japanese art form, and I found it by absolute random. And if people are coming in and they did not hear the news yesterday, Mama is fine. There is no need to worry. There's whatever they saw in her mouth was gone. So if you're a believer, praise God, hallelujah. Thank you all for your prayers. The next thing, if you're praying people, is to pray for my husband's uncle. He is not doing well. He's in ICU. His name is Jim. So please lift him up in your prayers. And if you make a mistake, it's okay. Don't need to be perfect, guys. And we'll get better at this. I'm going to learn tricks and stuff. I would say if you're going to do this for the first time, do something that is not too detailed. Like I picked something that was maybe a little bit more detailed than I should have, but still do something that's easy. And this is just finding, really doing more like doing, color sheets. You just need to make sure that they're free, that it's not somebody's artwork that they've designed for this. So there are places on Pinterest that you can do it and find free stuff and free design. So again, we're going to learn, and I can tell you this is not going to be perfect, but it's fine. That's why I've got some really simple ones for a while to practice on before I go into more difficult ones. But so you're really just cutting, you're cutting at the base. You just have to pay attention to where you're cutting so you don't lose your. And I would say pick things with lines to them. Now, when we're going to be doing this on a live, I'd probably say I will probably have a majority of these things cut out because unless you all want to see it done. Initial just Can you see me on the one? Can you see it on the move in, but
I don't know what happened. I see your hand cutting.
well, if the other part has to,
Your hand
well,
breaking out.
then I'll just have to stay that way. I'll be able to say, like with my crochet, man, I think all the little pieces out. But you got to pay attention to where you're cutting or you'll lose your pattern. That's not what you want to do. Than it is with the styrofoam. That for sure I can tell. There's that. So you're literally just taking the pieces away as you can cut. Now I go to there, and then I would go boring that down so that you can get the slits cut on this side. And then I'm going to hold this because you got to kind of hold this a minute. So this is not a project, so you all know this would not be a project, I would say, for somebody that's young. I would say somebody definitely an older teenager. Yeah, you could do it. I wouldn't, but for somebody that's, young, it's not that kind of project. I think I did this side. I did, but we're going to do it just again. Then got that. You're literally cutting out. And I'm watching this part because hi Alfonso, I'd like to keep all my digits, quite frankly, y'all. I think my husband would like that. Okay. So we're just literally taking it. And if you need
Yeah,
to,
stop feeling extra guilty if you cut yourself.
yes, please. I don't want to do that. And if you need to, after it, you can take your knife again and do a little deeper cut if you feel you didn't get it. Like I said, I was hoping for the other knife that will do tomorrow. So forgiving now. I am noticing if you kind of take it and outline, we're learning this together, outline it as you're doing it, right?
Well, I know what the problem is.
Because I'm going to lose the piece. I don't want to do that. And then just kind of take it, you'll have to hold it. Then you've got kind of Oops. What was supposed to happen? Yep. Yes, she did. We're just going to take this and run it down. Oops. No. Very free. Yeah, we're hi too. Hi Kevin. Thank you again for the raid. We're supposed to get some wicked weather. I would like to know. By the way, no, rose is flower. You're wondering, it is the flower for the month of June. Take it down. Can this give me an idea of where the run it to? Okay, take this. Put it down. So this is the most, quite frankly, the most frustrating part of the whole, not frustrating, but just time consuming part is doing all the cutting to get to the point where you can do it. And I don't think I just said that straight. So we're going to do kind of a little nod. Not, well, let's do that one first because I'm going to lose that. And then I'm going to take this. I think we did that before, so we'll take this and that. And kind of. Okay. So this one will let me know. I got on my finger. Hi, Fuzzy. Got on my fingers. He'll be very happy to know that, right? And he even learned how to cut it. It was like, okay, this is how you cut it. I'm going to keep that here open just in case I need to use it. So the next fun thing is working with the fabric and deciding which one or how we want to start the fabric for it. And we got all the stuff cut. For it. And if you need it, you can cut it again. I can already tell that this is not going to be totally even, but that's okay. We're learning. We are learning. I'm not expecting this to be any kind of masterpiece. Hi, Cindy Lou. We are doing, where did I put my notes? Here. Anybody's wondering what this form is? That's not it. Yes. No. This is how you pronounce it. I printed it out because I am still learning how to pronounce it. This is what it's called. And that's how you, oh, it's backwards anyway. This is how you pronounce it. That is how, this is what this is called. Kinusaiga. That is what it's called. I am still learning how to pronounce it. Still learning. So I've got a mixture of fabric. I got some of the fabric in that I was gifted, which was an amazing thing. These little square things right here. I found these from remnants at Hobby Lobby. This one, this one, this one, this one. This was more gifted fabric. We've got all these to choose from, right? A lot. And then I was given, ask your people in your neighborhood, look at the amount of fabric that we were given just in our local neighborhood. And I still have a bag that still needs to get done. That doesn't tell you how much. So then the hardest part is really deciding how you want to do this. Thought about it a couple different ways. I like that red And I also want to incorporate some purple in it to find the one that I was looking at. Not that one. It is, I just liked it. Bumblebees and all different things. I think I'm going to use this for the possible leaves. I think that would really look pretty, this one right here. So let's do that one for the leaves because it's just light. I was going to use something else, but I decided against that. I really want to add some purple. I think that would be really nice with this. Oops. I'll put that back in there. I like this. I like this. Thank you. All right. Thank you, Crafty, for stopping on in. I appreciate it. I like this. Let's see. I liked this because I thought it was, I really like this. It wasn't too red, or I didn't want it looking like red and green. So I liked that. Let's do that. I think this is too dark. I also liked this a lot, but we'll see. We will see. All right. Let's see. I'll think for the leaves. So I'm going to use this for these two. And then you're going to take your fabric. You're going to take your scissors. You want to make sure you have enough room to tuck. Okay. And then you're going to start finding your lines. I didn't cut it. I don't think I did. Where did I put it? And you're just going to start tucking. So much different than what we were trying to do. It's not a fight as much as it was when we were trying to do the the other. There was a much more of a fight with the styrofoam. And you're just going to take your seam ripper and you're going down your cut seam part, which is just a learning curve, and you're tucking. It goes in so much smoother, and you're just taking it and you're doing little bypasses with it. Now I may actually use some of that darker green for the next sleeve up. Tucking it. Don't want to do too much. Like I'm gonna, now that I've got it started to tuck, I'm gonna just cut. That's why these angle scissors are so nice, because you can get really nice and close once you've done that. So now you're just taking it and you're going to, and it is not going like the other stuff. The other stuff was like the minute you pressed on it, it was going down. And that was the problem. This stuff is not. And you're going to learn your technique. Like I may mess up a little bit here and there. I mean, I have to kind of maneuver a little bit, but that's all the part of going, how much do I do? Just like when you're starting to learn crochet, right? It's a learning curve of exactly how much and what you're going to do and what you're not. And You're just going to take it and so now we have our first little piece in. And I need to cut it a little longer, because I'm noticing that, but that's part of learning. That has a little bit of right, but we're not going to worry about it. We're just going to go with it. So now you've got your first piece in. No, well, I'm learning. So you got your first piece in. Okay, now we're going to work on the next one. I think I'm going to have the green go up, that darker green for the stem. I think that'll look pretty as a stem. Now we're going to flip this part of it off. So it's part of learning, like I cut that a little bit too shy, about how much to leave on there and how much not to. So, and I'm just using the bigger scissors right now. And then that kind of cuts it away. And then I'll take the smaller scissors and get it in between, right? Oh, well, thank you, Hannah. All right, thank you, Cindy Lou. Thank you for coming on in. So again, just really do it down. And then from what everything I have read and studied is you're going to kind of take and just kind of make short little passes on it. Not take it out of your sight. It's not used to the other camera. Take it and just, you're going to kind of go down. Sometimes you may have to lift it up and see where your thing is. And then, and you're using the back part of the seam ripper, so you know. Defining your the little crevice, right? So then we're going to just take this and we're just going to go around. And you could use a different color if you wanted to. And you're just going to take it and just, you're making passes as you're tucking the fabric into the slots. I think that's the most challenging, really. Until you kind of get the hang of it, is kind of knowing what your pressure needs to be and where to find them. And then once you get it started, right, you're going to take your scissors. That's why having these ones that are kind of angled down like I have is nice, because you can get really close. And you're just going to take it. We're going to go right up and clean up that little piece. Cut this part off here. And then we're going to take our seam ripper, now that we've got them closer, and we're just going to tuck. And if you make a mistake, like I needed to really do that one a little bit bigger, you can lift these up. It's not a big deal. And if I'm having a problem with one, it looks like it may not be cut all the way. Take your knife. That's the problem. It's just not cut enough. And you're just going to take your seam ripper, just again, tuck it in. Till you got it all tucked. And you're just kind of taking the seam ripper and kind of doing this maneuver, taking it around and just continuously trying to get it tucked into place. Okay. So Can you all start to see? Oops. I'm learning, guys. Yeah, y'all start to see how well that looks compared to what we were doing with the other. So now this whole, well, that's too. Use some of this darker fabric. Just want to make sure you're not getting like an edge. You want to get a nice piece. Okay, let's do that there. And you want to start to get your, like I'm going to learn where that all is. I'm going to start to kind of get, now I could have done different colors down there if I wanted to, and I should have. That's what I should have done. But again, we're learning. No problems. I just want to, no, go. It's in there right now. I'm not going to do it. But I could have put the green there. That's what I thought of, and I should have done it. But we're learning. It's fine. It's not going to be perfect our first time out. And part of the reason I want to do certain things like this is to show you all. If you're, believe me, before I came on, I was like, oh my goodness, what am I doing? I don't know what I'm doing, and I'm showing people, and I've never done it. Well, that's what I want you all to see. Do it. You may not be great at it at first. I wasn't great the first time I did my first crochet project, but I'm going to be as I learn and as I go through going, oh, well, this would look better there, and should have done that there, and part of the learning curve. I can tell you those scissors are nice that have that they're, see, you can get so close to here, so you're not trying to tuck in whole thing for the stuff. And you're just taking it, you're really kind of doing this motion, just back and forth. You're not trying to force it, you're forcing it in, but you're kind of doing that motion of taking it. And you can do, I've seen people clean them off with lint rollers, so you can do that. Not a big deal. And you'll learn your technique and how much to push down. Hey, Brenda, how much to push down and how much, you can do. And again, if anybody wants to know where we got the supplies and what we're using, you can do that. The list, some of them are affiliate links, but you'll learn. I have just telling you, it's been hard not to do one, but I promised I wasn't going to do one until we were live. I wanted to show you all. Like I said, we're learning how to cut the fabric. Now, I will say, when we cut this earlier, I did put, and I still have it on, and I haven't turned it off yet. is we have an exhaust fan in our kitchen, of course, and we did put the exhaust fan on. So the board did have a little bit of a smell to it, not major, but it was a little bit when we were cutting it. But it wasn't like you were going to have a bunch of insulation come at you. That no, but it did have. I forgot to turn on the exhaust fan before we came live. Anyway. I should look at my pattern. That's an angle. That's what I'm missing. So you just want to take it. That's all you're doing really is just finding fabric, tucking it in. Doesn't have to be perfect, guys. It's not perfect. This girl is far from it. Now we can look and see. Now we got that part. See if I've got any in here that may just be enough. See, using that, that's for sure. See about this. I think I want to continue the green. I think I'm gonna want a strip of the green down there. It's just gonna look right to have the leaf green. So working on the next section. We could do the another leaves a different green, which I may do. See. So we're just gonna take again some fabric and put it on there and then cut. And cut a little bit more than you think you're gonna need because again, and you want to get your tucking in. You want to kind of get the tucking part done before you start cutting the fabric, because then you'll know where you need to cut. So this is why the styrofoam would not be a good option, because you can see the tiny spots I'm having to work myself in. And see, I had to pull that out so I could get it. And some you don't need to cut, but you just need to keep it. And every part I read said have angled scissors. Boy, were they right about that. Because you do get very close in to the project doing it that way. And I can see where I'm like, okay, I need to adjust my so I'm not pressing so hard on it. But that's just part of learning the technique. But honestly, this is something anybody can do. My goodness gracious, it's a seam ripper. It's like, what? I had never heard of this. And put in a chat how many people, put a 1 if you've ever heard of this art form, put a 2 if you've never heard of it. I think I could probably, I can't do it. If you never heard of it before, put a 2 in the chat. If you've heard of it, do a 1. Curious. 2. See, there's a lot of people. I'd never heard of it before either. First time I never heard of it when I saw them. What is that? And it absolutely fascinated me. And you don't want it too bulky going into the hole. That's why you have it. Now, see, I'm going to kind of utilize a little mistake I made earlier, but we're going to just go with it. Don't worry about it. having these kind of scissors, look how close I can get. That was a little bulky there. And we are going to come back at a little bit, not now, because we've got other projects I want to do, but I am going to come back as I learn how to do this more and more. We're going to come back and redo this one again. Because I think sometimes we need to do things like that to kind of come back and say how far we really have gotten, to look at the first one. I really wish I had, and I don't know what I did with it. I think I gave it to Christina, and what she has done with it, I have no idea yet. I have no idea anymore. But I wish I'd really kept that first hat I did, because that I crocheted, because I could have seen, oh my goodness, I've come real far. Now I don't like doing hats. It's not my forte. But I really wish that I had kept it, because I would have seen how far I've come. And I think it's kind of like this. I'm going to keep this one. I'm not getting rid of this one, because then we're going to come back and do it again and say, oh boy, look how far she came. You know what I mean? In a little bit of time. All right. Well, thank you, Rebecca. Thank you for stopping in. I appreciate it. My birthday is tomorrow. I'm going to be celebrating with my daughter, and I'm excited. I'm very glad. My husband, I'm treating myself a little bit to getting my nails done tomorrow. So excited about that. I would have my nails done in Kinusaiga. So I'm getting my nails done tomorrow. So again, just take your thing. Take it there. You just want to get it started, because get it started there. Off, because you don't want to snip off like I did earlier. That piece, you want to snip off. You don't need all this extra. I'm telling you, these scissors are great. You can really get, once you kind of get it in there, you can get it really close, so you're not putting all the bulk in. I would say err on the side of cutting the fabric a little bit bigger than you think it is going to be versus smaller. Especially if that's, if you have lots of fabric and you can put it in there if you need to, but if you know that you don't, really honestly. And like I said, go to your neighborhood place, get on your neighborhood groups and say, listen, does anybody have any fabric that they're not using that I can use? And that's how I got all that other fabric. And, there's people that have remnants that otherwise would find themselves in the round file, and I get to repurpose it. Because I love people that quilt. And I think if I loved sewing machines and sewing and stuff, I'd be all over it. But I'm not somebody that likes to sew. It's just not my forte. But on this, you sew. I'm all for that one. Believe me, I have no desire to sew. I have to sew in my ends with crochet, and I don't like it. Now, where did that go? I've got my pattern here so I can look. Let's see, where did the tuck go? Oh, I did that one too big. That's why it's not tucking where I wanted it to, right? Because it was way too big. It's like, where's the darn spot? It's not going in. Because it was way down here. Why did I get that one? Well, I had it way too high. Okay. These are awesome scissors. Highly recommended if you're going to do it. Because those are great. They go really close to the edge. Okay, so now we've got that. You're going in here. Of course, I think I just cut that too. I cut it too. Let's see if I can finagle it. I think I can get it on that side. Well, we fixed it. We fix it. As my husband would say, we fix it. And I will get better at this. It's just me learning, and I'm learning right along with y'all. We're gonna get better at this, better and better. Do more. I don't think I'm doing half bad. What do y'all think? I think for somebody that's never done this kind of artwork, I ain't doing half bad. I'm learning as I'm going. I can tell you all that right now. I am learning as I am going. There we go. So there's the stem. There's the leaves. Let's see. May do the other side of that. A different leaf. So, and anybody that's going to get storms tonight, you're in our prayers. We're supposed to get some news. Why on my birthday? I'm doing great. Thank you. Does it show I've never done it before? Does it show I've never done it? My mother was like, I don't know if I could do that. Don't want to never do something before and just do it. I'm like, well, you know what? You got to take risks in life sometimes. How many people thought that it was this kind of thing that I was talking about? Did anybody have any idea that it was this? That this was going to be what we were going to be doing? You know, did anybody have any idea that I hadn't told about that this was what we were going to be doing? And I will be learning the pressure to use on the fabric. I can tell you that. I'm learning kind of as I'm going. But you can see, as I think that if you had, and I did it again with it. Oh, well, we're learning, guys. I'm going to pick this up if I can. I'm going to reposition it because I didn't get enough. And it's good to show you all you can reposition it if you need be, or we can cut another one. It's just see, it was shown. See, I did that for a reason. Show you all you can pick it up. It may bring the thing with it, the tape with it, the adhesive with it, but it's still doable to take it with. Now I will change the thumbnail. It's not. Okay, well, we're gonna. Come on. Get with the program here. You can, I hope it shows you can take it and reposition it if need be. See, I've repositioned it a couple times to get it to where it needs to go. And I'm gonna hold it real taut for a minute. Because it's just not coming like I want it to. Hopefully I'm not taking away where you guys can't see what I'm doing. All right, now we're working, as Duck Dynasty would say. He would say, we're working with peanut oil. It's gonna be too fat to put in there. But this is part of learning. You're not gonna do it perfectly the first time. You're just tucking. That looks better. Still not perfect. I'll be like I am with everything I do. It's not perfect. I fuss at it. It's just the way I am. I know it looks like flour. I don't know about you, but I'm learning. That definitely looks like a flower, doesn't it? There you go. Hi, Jesse. All right. You're okay. Now let's see. I think I want to do this other side with something else. See what we got. Do. We could do polka dots. I think I like that. This is too dark polka dots to put in. Let's see what this other green looks like. Ooh, I think I found it. I think I found it. Oops. Oh, shit. What do you think for this other side? I think I kind of like that. No, it was this one. Excuse me. I think I kind of like adding a little touch of the blue to the other side of this. Hi, Anthony. Welcome on in. We are doing something called Kinusaiga. I'm still learning how to say it. It's a Japanese art. It's my birthday. I did put the coffee link in right now as we're on back to monetization. It's really the only way to support us right now. Or Venmo, you can go to our link tree. There is a Venmo there if you wish to support us that way. You guys are supporting us just being here, just so you know. But it is my birthday tomorrow. And I knew that we were going to be out and about. And I just knew I was going to be exhausted when I got back. And we were supposed to have some pretty unpleasant storms walking our way later. And so I don't know if I'll sleep much. Well, the storms are kind of going through. So again, just finding your way. And we're just going to take it. Trying to find where I got the part. And your cut. Mom, what do you think so far? Oh, thanks. Seam ripper, guys. That's all you need. Seam ripper and some fabric. Just taking it. And again, we're just folding it in. My lines could have been a little bit cleaner, but you know what? You got to start somewhere first all the time. And you want to be careful. I mean, this is still where I think it's dipping down in there because I'm just learning my pressure points. I'm learning how much to press, but the can't think of what it was. The styrofoam had much more of a this has a little bit, but the other one had much more give to it. This has a little bit of fight back, if that makes any sense. So I really like that. I think that's pretty there.
Well, I got that seam ripper when I was 16.
Yeah, 16. It's a Singer seam ripper that came with her Singer sewing machine.
So that seam ripper is
Older than me.
it's like 64 years old.
Yes. And while we're waiting for our seam ripper to actually come in, I'm using this one. But the other one that I'm having in is a little bit more like a pencil, and it will be easier for my hands to actually use. So, and it has a cap on it. She's lost the cap. I wonder why it's old.
So
Yeah. So, this is just a project. I mean, again, I would not recommend this project for little kids unless you pre-cut it. You probably could do it. I wouldn't have them use this, or a box cutter or X-Acto knife. I did look at several people, and the knife that I chose, it's on its way, is the one that was favored the most, because it was just easy for the handle. So you can use an X-Acto knife. I wouldn't recommend a box cutter. I really wouldn't. That was kind of hard to control. So, but again, you do what you have to do, and we're going to be doing more, guys. What an interesting thing. And I'm going to be learning my technique as I get further and further. And a lot of people said once they start this, boy, watch out. I was going into Hobby Lobby. I'm usually going in and going right for the yarn department. I went to the fabric department, so you all know. And I was like, wait a minute, this is weird. Okay. And the fabric was like 30% off at Hobby Lobby for yard cut, like you cut off the whatever those things are called. I know there's a technical word for it. Whatever yeah, those things. But I restrained myself, guys. I didn't do it. But they were 30% off. I thought I have enough fabric for right now. So this is where I'm going to have to learn kind of like the technique. It's just part of learning how, how deep to do it and everything. And it's not, but it's beautiful. Look at that. I really like the two-tone. I like having this side be that, but you could alternate it. But I really like that. That's really pretty. I'm going to do this coming up a little bit. This just needs me. And you're just taking fabric and you're just putting it. Make sure you got the right side of fabric. And what was that? Can you make sure is Josh sitting there?
Yeah.
Is he sitting there?
Yes.
Okay. I didn't see him, and I thought maybe sorry guys. I don't know.
That thing that my washcloth came on.
That's fine. I just heard a thing and I didn't see Josh. And I'm like, wait a minute. I heard something. Whatever it is, I didn't do it. I agree. Yeah, I'm hooked. I'm hooked. I am totally 100% hooked. What we are going to do is we are going to, as I get better and better at this, we are going to offer these, any ones that were done on the live, because, it's like I'm going to have so much room that I'm not going to be able to hold everything, right? So we're going to offer the ones I do on the lives at a certain price. and the first person that reaches out can get that one. They'll pay for the shipping. They'll get it. 2 of our soap caddies with it. I keep forgetting to knock you off camera. 2 of our soap caddies with it. It'll be like probably like $30 or something like that. I'm not going to sell this one, but we will start doing that as we get further. And if down the road people are like, listen, I really would like to do this, and we get better at cutting, and I get better at cutting, we can offer kits. I've seen people do kits of this. We could do custom names down the road. I mean, the possibilities are endless, but you guys can do this. I hope I'm showing you that, you know. We will start offering the patterns we're doing. We'll offer this one for our first one for free, and then the rest will be like $1. Please, if you're doing this, be respectful. If you're taking it, and let's say that you download our thing, you want to use it on a live, I have no problem with that. But you need to give credit where credit's due, like I would. So if you're doing it, you need to say this came from Blessed to Crochet, and please put the link in the pattern. I don't mind doing that, but don't take it, as I hope you wouldn't do with anybody's art, and take it and just take the pattern and assume, you know, it's yours. So you just need to be very clear that, oh, it's there. And I have no problem with people using it. But it will be, you know, just asked for private use. If you're going to use it on a live, please acknowledge where you received it from, and then put their link to people could purchase the pattern if they choose to. So that's the only thing I ask. You have to be very careful when you're doing this, that you're using patterns, especially if you're selling them, if you're using them on a live, that you are doing it with people, their artwork or their art, you know what I mean? That they're giving acknowledgement, and that you're not saying it's your work, or, and, you know, if you're going to use it on a live and it's their art, you can ask the permission for it. So I have no problem with that. I just ask to have it be respected. And I'm sure anybody that does this would. If it was their pattern, they would ask for the same. So what I'm going to do with this one is, this side was this. I'm going to flip it. I'm going to put this side down and put this side on top. And all you're doing is just stripping it down and doing it, right? And you're really not using that much fabric, depending on what you're doing, of course. But there are some, I mean, if you go look on, excuse me, just go ahead and type this in to your the book face, and put reels in, you're going to see beautiful. I mean, I'm just beginning in this, and I love Mom's seam ripper, but the one I'm going to have is more like a pencil, and it's just be easier to hold. I did pick tools that I knew, because I do have carpal tunnel in both my hands. I was going to need to have tools that were going to be economical. And I knew, even though I had a seam ripper, this seam ripper, it's not going to be economical, you can tell. And this is her other one. It's just not, it's not as economical as the one that I got, or whatever you want to call it. Ergonomical, that's what I'm looking for. And we may not finish this all tonight because there's a lot, but I won't finish it without y'all. We'll come back. If I don't finish it all tonight, then we will come back another day to finish it. But I don't think I'm doing that bad. I'm really, oh, I was so nervous before I came on. I was like, oh my gosh. And I am very impressed by myself. Really. I didn't break her seam ripper. And you're using this part of the seam ripper to kind of push it in. I've seen other people use other tools too as well. But I will learn my pressure point. That's why, like, again, these scissors, because I can get really close to the bottom if I feel like it's too much fabric that needs to go into a spot. You can take it and get them scissors. See, I'd already crushed that styrofoam. That's why I showed you all the styrofoam, because I thought you all have to see what not to use. The styrofoam is not it. Don't use the styrofoam. You learned that one, right? Didn't even got to the rows yet. But you could sit here for hours doing this, I think. So again, take it. Just take your seam ripper. Outline it first. That's the first thing. First, you're getting it taut. You're locking it in place. All right. And then once you're doing that, you're taking it. I mean, there is some waste, but not enough. I would say cut a little bigger than you think you're going to need, because that way you can make sure you're going to cover the whole thing. That's what I kind of did over there. I didn't do it big enough. You can always cut. Have you heard about those recipes? You can always add, you can always add stuff, but you can't take it out. It's like you can always add more things, but you can't take it out. If you add more salt, then you're just taking it. It's literally tuck. I mean, I can't imagine doing this in wood. They did that in wood, so that I can't imagine doing it. I would never figure it out. It would have been hard. I'm going to take this and just. Like that did not get cut right. There we go. Can't imagine doing this in wood. But what I mean, those Japanese kimonos are beautiful. But what a unique thing to just decide, oh, get some wood and you tuck it in. What an interesting thing. That she just was like, oh, let's just get some wood and tuck fabric in. So, and it's only been around since 1980. So it's not even as old as me. I'm an 80s baby, but it's not even as old as me. Is how old the art is. Let me see. I gotta look this up for a second. And decide that has to go in the corner. Okay, so it's just checking where my lines are. You kind of, until you get the hang of it. As I'm doing it more and getting more of the hang of it, I definitely would tell you, get scissors like this. Go to our link tree, get them, because they are very handy to have. You could use regular scissors. I'm not saying you have to have them scissors, but I would say angle scissors where you can really get close to it. They'll be coming in handy. I'll tell you that right now. So. We're just tucking. I don't think I'm going to be totally straight on that, but it's okay. We're on. And I'm going to hold off on doing the in parts here till I kind of see what my color scheme is, because I don't know what that's going to be totally. Flip it on the other side. Flip it up. Hi, Zach. Welcome on in. We are doing something called, and I'm going to have to reference this. It's called Kinusaiga. Oh, you're planning to go live tomorrow? Well, tomorrow is my actual birthday. So I am celebrating my birthday because, first of all, we're supposed to get some storms tonight, possibly. So I don't sleep well. I do fine when it's raining, but I do not do fine when the storms are going. Don't like them. Especially when there's thought of possible tornadoes. I don't go well with them at all. Don't like them. So we're supposed to have some overnight, and then I knew tomorrow I'm going to be out and about. My daughter and my mom, and so I've got that, and I'm going to kind of have a girls' day. I'm going to get my nails done. Christina's going to get her nails done, which we just decided to go ahead. We had like, just go for it. Just get them done. So. But, I was hoping to be remonetized, but we'll get there. So I will. I mean, we do if you do want to. And again, if we do sell any of these down the road, it will go probably to pay for more of this board. Because it costs about $20 a huge sheet, but she would get a lot of projects in it for sure. This would also be great if you're doing it for somebody, like I said the other day. What if somebody has passed and you wanted to take some of their old shirts and make a beautiful picture out of them? That would be a great idea for that. That's why I was trying to tell you the other day. If you had some old shirts of somebody, you could make a whole thing out of their total thing out of it. And then that way you would have something of theirs, and it's just learning. Like I'm probably doing it too harsh at first. I need to lighten my I need to watch how that I'm not like doing it too harsh. But that's all part of learning. They did say that was going to be something that you were going to learn. It was going to be a learning curve, kind of how your pressure to put onto the board. But I'm telling you, like I said before, you can see by us doing this. I just want you all to see this. What we did before. Do you see the lines? Do you see how uneven? Do you see the difference in this? Do you see how clean those are? You're not going to get that on styrofoam. So we're not using styrofoam at all. No styrofoam. My crew will not be using styrofoam. Yep, it's about the lines. But it's just it's part of learning. First of all, the cutter I had, I probably would not want to use again. The other cutter I'm getting, I think I'll have more control over it. But again, it's learning about it. I've never done this before. This is not something I've done. So I'm learning all these different things and how much to do and how where to press and where to find it. And it's part of learning. And you can't think that you're going to do something you've never done before and be tremendous at it at first. If I got done with this, now here's me, guys. This is who this girl is. I'm going to get done with this and I'm going to have everybody tell me how beautiful it is. And I'm going to find every mistake known to man. And I'm going to sit there and go, I'm not good at this. I won't do it again. That's how I was with crochet, right? But look how far I've come with crochet over time. It's because I've kept doing it over and over again. And we're going to do this over and over again because it's really not that complicated. It's just a technique, you learning how to do it, what things work, what things don't. I don't have all the tools that I'm going to be using, right? There's some of them, but not all of them. And it's just part of learning. Okay, well, you got this over here, you got this over here, you know. And you could sit with Lester Crochet's lives and her relaxing music, relaxing lives that she has, and listen to those. You could put on music. You could be doing this while you're listening to it. You know, a show. You could be doing this as you're listening to music, as you know, and I've seen classes on this. What about having a bunch of people, several girlfriends over, right? And having this pre-cut for them. And then in the room, in the table, just put a bunch of fabric down or have them bring fabric. Maybe they haven't maybe they have fabric. Just put fabric in the middle of the table, right? And just pull out fabric and laugh and talk. And everybody's picture, I guarantee you, is going to be different. Have them over for lunch, order pizza. Say, I've got a new craft to show you. Got any scrap bags or scrap fabric? Have them bring some scrap fabric if they have, right? And just say, okay, bring your scrap fabric. You've seen where they put like the spaghetti in the middle of the table, right? Just put the fabric in the middle of the table. Laugh, talk, put your phones down. And do it. It would be so much fun. And they would walk away with that, and you'll probably laugh and have a great time. And you could have a whole little thing where you come together and you laugh and you do it. There's people at my church that want to learn how to do this. They're like, oh, we want to learn how to do it. Not really that hard to do. The learning the cut and learning to make the straight lines is going to be for me. You wouldn't want to, well, you can't necessarily, but I'm going to see where I can improve that because that was a little challenging. That was and it was just trying to figure out how to cut it. So I didn't lose the pattern on me. You're just taking it. We're gonna and again, you can take this and if you press a little bit too hard as you're running, just lift it up. And most likely nobody but you is going to notice it. I'll notice it. I notice everything, my stuff. Every little thing. I just took that because I needed to press it up. It's easier to press this up than it is the other, that's for sure. I just need to get this to cooperate. Oops. There we go. Not bad. Look at it. I'm impressed, y'all. I gotta get it more centered. Almost looks like a butterfly. Now let's work on the rose. If you're still with me. Are you still with me? I don't know. Am I still with myself? I have no idea. Okay. I think I want to do purple down here so it doesn't look like a total red. I didn't want it to look like Christmas. That's what I was afraid of. So let's lift this up. We're going to do this. We'll do this right here with the purple. And you know me, I got to have a little purple in my life. Gotta. Let's make sure we figure out how to kind of flowers that way. Oops, wait, hold it. Oh no, that's right. I'm doing it down here. Okie dokie. You really want to make sure that you're holding it taut because you want to make sure that it's not going in there. Try to make sure you guys can see what I'm doing. The reason I kept the yellow on there, even though I'm not a yellow person, is because the other fabric has yellow. I wanted a little bit of the yellow so that it would kind of match a little bit. It's very forgiving fabric, or forgiving art form, I should say. And that will be solved with a lint roller. You can even, if you don't have a lint roller, let me say that 3,000 times right fast. You just take a piece of tape and roll it on there, packing tape, and it would do exactly the same thing. So Rose is a very special name to me because it's my birthday. It's also one of my favorite flowers. It's also somebody's middle name in my life. Actually, it's two people that have the middle name. They're special to me, so. And it's also the birthday flower of the month of June. So all our June birthdays, it is our flower for the month. Pretty. Okay, we're gonna do a solid over on this side. And I figured that this red, when I saw it the other day, did not look like a totally crisp. It was red, but it wasn't like red, like, you know, Christmassy kind of red. Do I like that with that? Oh, I guess my neck. Snuck it. No. No. I just want a little, I don't want, well, let's do this. Let's see this one. Just didn't want the red to, let's do that. Only because it'll do the bottom part. Oops. I just didn't want it. I didn't want it to look Christmassy. That was my kind of fear. And I really don't think you could totally do wrong. You know, it's like whatever you choose is going to be pretty. Oh, you know what I can use, and I've got plenty of too. Oh, I know exactly where I'm going next with this. I know exactly, because you know me. I gotta have a little bling, and I've got 3 yards of this, so I've got plenty. We're gonna put that going down here, so it gives a little bit of the white. Yeah, no, we can't do that. No. Probably going to get some tweezers. I have some or find some. If I can see where it's come in handy. Okay, take that, do that. Down there, and down there. Ooh, I like it. I like it. I'm gonna dip in here. You know this girl, I have to have a little sparkle. I just have to. I was gonna say this before 4th of July, and I'm like, why? I've got 3 yards of it. It'll take me a long time to use up 3 yards. I can go get more. It was just from Walmart. We're gonna do this side with that, which will add a little bit of bling. Into it. Hiya, dear. Welcome on in. If I've missed people, I'm really sorry. I'm not trying to. I've just had my head down trying to keep my fingers when I was cutting, and then it's like I gotta focus on it, right? You're doing this art form. Don't ask me to pronounce it yet. Kinusaiga. That's what it's called. I'm learning how to do it. It's the art of tucking fabric in. Oh, I love it. You know, I'm going to have to get some glitter fabric. You all know that, right? I have somebody in my life, not my husband, but I got somebody that doesn't like glitter. Like I got them glitter paper one time, glitter wrapping paper. Oh my gosh. They were like, couldn't take it. So I didn't do that again. But I like glitter. But this is not glitter coming off on your hands. But I like it. Just have to keep it taut. I would say that is absolutely the key. Keep it taut. Put it down and keep it taut. Ooh, do I like that? Ooh, I'm gonna have to get some more. I'm gonna have to get some more glitter fabric. I know I'm gonna have to get some more. Oh, I'm in trouble. I'm in trouble. They have the glitter fabric at Walmart. I gotta go get more. different colors. Because that's really cool. Thought about that. I'm like, yeah, they got to get the glitter. They got to get some glitter in there. It needed some white. Oh, did it need white? That is really cool. Guys, you don't know how much I need of this. That is so cool. Yep, I like that. It's just sometimes a little tricky. Hi, Anthony on the move. Welcome on in. We are doing an art form that I found recently that I've just fallen in love with, and it is my first time doing it, so I'm learning as I'm going. But I don't think I'm doing half bad. I'm learning. I am learning. But it's called Kinusaiga. That's the art form. And it's something new I have found. I'm not giving up crochet, guys. Don't worry. Don't worry about that. Crochet is still something I'll do, but we're going to be doing more of these. And so it's my birthday tomorrow. And so I was planning this live stream tomorrow, but it worked out well because Super Chat was able to raid in. And I am going to be busy tomorrow with my daughter. And so I knew by the time we got back, I was going to be one Tucker person. And I thought, no, we're not doing this. I'm going to be tired and I know it. So I decided to reschedule and I'm really glad I did. Because from what I can understand, we're going to have some storms tonight that could keep me up. I'm fine, guys, if it's raining. But if it rains and then it starts doing stuff I don't like, no, we're not good with that. No, I don't like it. Me do not like. You don't really have choice, but me don't like. I think I should probably put the more glitter part here. Oops. Oh. Let's take another piece of the glitter fabric and put it on the other side. And then I'll make this like the red in the other part. Just don't know what I'm going to do. That got too much off. Keep forgetting not to make sure you guys can't see.
I think the storm came a little quicker than they thought.
Well, as long as it stays this calm, I will be perfectly fine.
And they said we were supposed to be storming from like 5:00 p.m. to like 5:00 a.m.
As long as we don't have any more tornadoes, I will be perfectly fine. And I don't think it's going to come as far south or towards us?
Have maybe some light beam and thunder.
Like I said, as long as the tornadoes subside.
10 or 11. And then we don't have anything in until 4 a.m.
I know they have more colors in the glitter fabric at Walmart. I'll have to get some more colors because I really like that added glitter in it. See, the other one that I'm getting is going to be, I think that I'm starting to hurt my hand because of the way it's done. But I'm afraid I'm going to break it. I don't want to break Mom's seam ripper that's older than I am. The other ones I'm getting are a little bit, they're more like a pencil, so they're going to be easier to work with. That one's starting to actually hurt my hand because of the way it is.
Okay.
Let's look this up. That's why these scissors are great, because you can really get it really close to the fabric. So you're just, like I said, guys, we're just tucking away. Tucking, tucking, tucking. I don't think I'm doing half bad. I'm learning as I'm going, but I don't think I'm doing too bad. And if you notice you got a little bit too much fabric, pull it out and just do it, because got a little bit away. That's why those scissors are great. I would strongly recommend getting scissors if you're doing this that are angled. Absolutely. One of the things. Oh, I love it with the glitter. And have a masseuse behind you. Take a break for a minute. Let's just stretch. Get the art things rolling. Right. Rolling, rolling, rolling. Trying to figure out what. Let's see if I like that. We maybe do just a little bit of the pink, I think. Let's do it this way. Got some of the yellow in there. I think it's going to work. And I've also seen people do and use jelly rolls for this. Remnants. These are little tiny squares of fabric I was gifted. I gotta move this up. I think having the yellow in it. Or, wait. Yeah, we Houston, we had a problem for that. I was doing just fine for a second, but I realized it was going to. And one other thing you do want to pay attention to a little bit is if you pick up the fabric, especially if you're going to a store, is make sure that stuff is really sticky. Make sure that it's not too see-through. Because if it is, it may not cover the board. So just make sure that when you're getting it, it's not something that you see through, because that will not work. You want to make sure it's got some kind of And I think as you do this, you will get better and better at it. You'll figure out your cuts better. You're going to get better and better. And that have to be perfect. Just, I can do it, y'all. You can do. Look at that. Looks so cool. So I think we're gonna do this side. We'll use this again. So we're gonna do this. Does it be better to do the purple? No, I like it better with this. So we're gonna take this and actually use that part because it's nicer to write. And then we're gonna use the red up there. And I have seen people, like I said, I was able to move them up. She just didn't like the way it looked. The next day she went in, took it out, and put it back in. And so if you don't like it, you can take it out and do it again. Not a big deal. This is not rocket science. This rocket science. I'll get it right in a minute. So. And I am going to go pick up a birthday cake for myself tomorrow. I may not have it till Friday, but I'm going to pick it up. So we've got something we're doing Friday, possibly. So if not, I will still have a birthday cake. And it will be grandmother very soon. So that looks really cool. I love this glitter. Oh, I'm loving the glitter. Loving the glitter. Now what we're going to do is do some of these petals with the red. And now it won't look like Christmas. That's what I was afraid of. It was going to look like Christmas. But this is not, this red is not it's not a very, I don't know, it's red, but it's not like in your face red. That's one of the reasons I picked it up. I think I got it for $2 with the remnants. Now see, I'm not using this. I'm not putting this part, which is like an edge, into the thing. That's why it's probably too big for it. Cut this off. And I would cut that off anyway because it's just not of all the holes there. See this? Let me see you. Just move this way. Thank you very much. Yes, I talk to my fabric. I talk to my crochet sometimes too. Does it mean I'm getting senile? Oh boy. Telling you, I'm life. But I think, as I've kind of reflected today a little bit about my age and what I've learned in life, and it's just, guys, enjoy your life. It goes by so quick. Find joy in the littlest things. I'm looking forward to just spending time as, I'm really encouraging my daughter to not rush. And I'm not going to rush. I'm going to enjoy every little bit that I can eventually hold somebody. And I don't care how many hours it is. I'm not rushing it. Don't rush. Put down your phone. Call your friends. Stay connected with people. And, find little things. Don't go, oh, well, I don't know. Well, try it. If you don't like it, I just knew, I thought, well, I can't be half bad at this thing. I mean, what you doing? You're just tucking fabric, you know? But I took a chance and I am in love. Hope you all are too, because you're going to see a lot of this. Love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. Let's see. Let's see. I got to look at my pattern again. Have your pattern because you're going to reflect onto it. So this part here is like the outer part. So we should make that a different color. Let's see what else we can do. What colors we have. Yeah, look at this. I'm going to do just a little hint of this. So it's not stark red, stark white or red through it, because that will not be good. And this is why this little piece in here is so tiny that if I had had the styrofoam, it would have lost it. It's such a tiny little piece that, you've got to. You've got to, still have to kind of push it up, but I've got some structure to it that I would not have with the styrofoam. It's just not going to be there. Yeah, that looks good right there. And then we'll take this. I think we're going to do another little bit. Well, I have a little bit right here, guys. A little bit enough of glitter just because it will be better to not have the white upon white. Get over there. I'm really glad I picked up the glitter stuff now. I knew we're going to use it for the flag, but I didn't think I'd use it tonight, but I'm really glad we did. This makes it, see how close with these scissors you can get really in. You're getting a little bit too much fabric for a space, really close. And so you make sure that there's no go anywhere, seam ripper. Get to this side a little bit. Just tap it. I'm tapping it so I can get rid of the excess fabric that's. Hold it. I have to reposition it. See, if you get wrong, just reposition it. It's not a big deal. Need to pick this up actually. Reposition it down further down here. Come on. So if you need to, just reposition it. There we go. I cut too short. Got more. Let me get a new piece because it's not adhering like I wanted to. It's been a little difficult. This is better fit anyway. Just I cut it too short and it's just not. It's not going down there like I want. And they said that the polystyrene is something that holds fabric in. It's got, it holds really well. And I have to say that it does. It's got a good hold to it.
Yeah. Hey.
Come on, get in there. You know you can, and just have to keep going over it. Just keep if it's being a little fickle, just fidgety, just take your thing and just take your time, and it will go down in there, believe it or not. And I'm telling you, once you get these things down here, they're not going anywhere, guys. Between this, the 3M stuff that is really sticky, I just want everybody to know. And once you get it down in here, it is just not coming back up. So that looks really cool. And you can maneuver it just a little bit. That looks really neat. I like that. So a little bit. We'll take this. We'll do that one with the red. Hold on a second. No, I want that as red. Yeah, because we're right near a red spot. Okay. Oops. This would come off here like this. Actually, I'm gonna see. I'm gonna take that and make that red. I'll have to be careful with my hand for a minute. But we gotta make that a different color. It'll be right on top, and that will look great. We'll figure it out. We will figure it out. It's almost like kind of like a boho to this a little bit, if you think about it. Okay. And now I got to think of some other color for here, because I don't want it near the red. Stretch for a minute. Stretchy. I'm wondering whether I'm going to put this. I think we're going to use this again. A little bit of purple action there. She's not done yet, guys. If you're saying God bless you to Mama, she ain't done yet. Yeah. I love the variety too. I think it's fun. I think, it's a bunch of colors and not to be perfect, And the person that I got this fabric from, that was from our neighborhood community, this would have wound up in the round file. She wasn't going to use it. It was taking space up, and she graciously gave it to us and said, "Here, I'm not going to use it. You use it." So I've given life to you're using, and again, you're using this back of your seam ripper. I've given life to fabric that otherwise would have just, maybe stayed in a corner. or wound it up in, the trash, so that's a really nice benefit. You're recycling it. So I would encourage you to ask people within your community if they have any kind of leftover fabric they're not using. You may have a family member that is a quilter and they've got remnants they can send you. So doesn't have to be brand new stuff. It's reusing stuff. Go to your Goodwill store. There are people that have used fabric from the Goodwill store. Maybe you have a pillowcase that has seen better days. I'm going to be doing a very special project. I have a tablecloth that my grandmother had that I wanted to be able to find a way to preserve it. I can do it using this and it would look absolutely beautiful. It would look absolutely beautiful to be able to do that. Let's do a little bit more, to be able to take that I reached out to somebody. I said, they could help me preserve it. Well, I can preserve it now. It's kind of see-through, but we'll make it work. But I can put it in some kind of art. I feel like I've kept a little bit of that tablecloth that we sat around as a family when we used to have dinners. And I actually have something special I'm going to do my head for. And I've got a lot of it left over that I'm actually going to do something. And one of the projects I can't do on here, but I'm going to do the project. Oops. Oh, get it again, guys. And I'm going to do the tablecloth, and I want to be able to, hold on, give me a second. And I've got a project for it. It's part of what I want to use it for. It's got a special meaning to me. I'll use it on here too, but absolutely, I've got another place I'm planning to use it, but I got a lot of it, so it's not like let me go through and use it all without showing you. Now we have a problem right here. Well, no. Shoot. No, I'm going to fix that. Hold on a second. We're going to fix a little piece of whatever that just did not get done. But we're going to fix that. That's I'm going to make a little adjustment. I have a little problem I gotta just fix. We're gonna make it work. Right? That's what we're gonna do. Kind of like here, it just got a little thing and I don't really want to tear it all out. So we're gonna fix the problem. Nobody will knew. Hopefully. Hopefully. got down a little too close. I can see the problem there. That's for learning. We're learning. I'm gonna do a little bit of a cut here because I messed up like right there. I'm gonna try to fix it with this. Not having to possibly get a new piece of fabric, but I may end up doing it. If so, not a bad thing. Just trying to fix the problem. And it's probably something you don't see. I see it. Fabric is no, it's just the way I cut it. I didn't get enough fabric I needed. And that's one of the things I'm learning as I'm doing. It's kind of like it's just I'm learning how much to cut, how much not to cut. And that's part of I think this learning the art form. But I may need to take it out and redo it again, which is it's not a bad thing if we have to do that. I'm not liking that. So not a big deal. It's what take you out. I don't like you just jammed in there. We're going to take you out and we're going to do you again. Not a big deal. Just rip it out. Get another piece of fabric. And this one will do longer so I don't make that same mistake. And that's one thing. Cut your fabric a little bit longer than you think you're going to need. And we will fix the problem. Because what I'm doing, I don't like. And then what's the nice thing about it is you're going to so again, what I kind of did was I didn't do the fabric long enough. That was my problem. I had to kind of figure out, and the problem was it was coming up and you were seeing fray on the end of it, and I didn't like that. It wasn't a clean line. That was the problem that was happening. But like I said, we are learning. We are going to figure it out. And it's maybe a dent in here because I've really done that one over, but I've done it. Come on. There we go. But it's just learning. It's like, oh, I shouldn't have cut that short. And I think the fabric sometimes moves as it's kind of getting positioned in here. So you need to be aware of that. The fabric may move on you a little bit. So you just have to, it looks a lot better than what I was trying to navigate before, right? Let's put that because it's just not going in there right. And turn it too. Turn your angle. That's another issue. I could cut on there. Okay. Now we're gonna bring this up a little bit because I've really smashed it. Like I've really smashed the living daylights out of that end. That's okay. We're learning. I'm not. This is not going to be perfect, but I want to show you all. Do it, and then you may go, "Oh, not bad. We fixed it. thicket. And it looks, just gotta give that side down. There we go. It's not perfect, but oh well, I'm not perfect either. I had a friend of mine my mom said she did cross stitch. She said she always used to say, I always leave a mistake. And then we'll do this one in the red. She said, I always leave a mistake because I want people to know I know where it is. It's not an obvious one. She said, I always leave a mistake because I'm not perfect. I'm not perfect till I'm leave this world, which is hopefully not for a long time. As I have somebody to enjoy. Okay. Oh, it's going down on the glitter side. Can't have that. No, 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 no. Mm. I don't know we've been on. We've been on since 2.5 hours. And Mama's battery's starting to go. Probably my other battery's starting to go. I don't know which phone has more battery. Get her phone. Let's go. Hi, Don. We are doing Kinusaiga. I think that's what it's called. Still learning the name, guys. It won't take me a while. Art form. So it's my birthday tomorrow. So I thought I'll do the live tonight because we're going to be busy with stuff tomorrow and Friday. So you may not see me much on those 2 days. Come on, let's get a skin line down here. If you need to, you can get underneath it a little bit and pull it up if you've kind of smashed it down because you don't know what you're doing yet. If you realize you did, just do it, right? Okay, let's take this one here. We'll do another blue. That is my daughter's favorite color. And then the part of the rest of it's going to be, well, the rest of it, but the rest was going to be pretty easy because the detail was really in the rose. I took the most thing. I got to figure out the rest of it. Oops, no, that was the right path. Couldn't tell if it was the right path or not. So I know too much. And I don't really think that there's a total wrong way as far as, fabric. I think it's just the colors go well together. I think it'll be fine. And I will learn as I go. Learning as I'm doing this, believe it or not. If you don't stop learning, then you gotta keep learning. Keep the brain going. So that's why you kind of need the knife, because sometimes you didn't go through as well as you thought you did, and you need to just go in and get the knife going. I'm gonna put a little bit of bread just going down there to finish that. It won't take much. And we're done with the red at that point. I'm telling you, this stuff does stick. Let me do that way. I think I hear rain outside. I don't know if I hear rain, but it sounds like rain. Telling you. And I have my little stroller fan. I don't know what I do without it, because there's no fan over in this area, and it would get very warm. Be roasting. I did wear a little bit of a sparkly shirt tonight. Figured out, well, you're gonna party, right? Boy, I used to spend my birthdays. I never thought I'd be celebrating my pre-birthday. Hi, Jody. Going into this cutting fabric. If you could have told me this is how you're going to spend the time before your birthday, I laughed in your face. I said, no way. I never would have thought. But this, I'm telling you, I would have loved to do quilting, but it's not this girl. I don't like sewing. I love the fact that I can do this. I don't have to sew anything. It's just taking it and tucking stuff in. When you find the little groove to tuck it in. I don't have to sew one thing. I'm in heaven about that. Never been so. So there's our rose. Look at that. Isn't that beautiful? That is gorgeous. I'm sorry. It's gorgeous. You may not think so. Now I got to figure out the rest of it. I don't know what to do. I don't think I want to do something too crazy. This is going to be a tricky one. But let's do this. Where's that fabric? Do. Next. Think which one. And hopefully pull. Because it kind of has. If I can find it. Here's what I'm looking for. It's kind of this. Possibly. Kind of that. Let me see this. This is what I want. Thought I had more than that. Could use this for sky. What do you think? I think definitely use that for sky part, because it's kind of like the clouds for sure. So if we use that for the sky, maybe use this for the bottom part. So much fabric to choose from. Tell you that. Okay. Here's what I'm thinking. This kind of for the bottom. What do you think? I know decisions. I think this for sure kind of down here because it's kind of, I don't know. What do y'all think? Yes? Okay. You need something neutral down in here. Thinking. We're just going to put this, take this section, probably use it on the sections. Okay, so the hardest part about this one was deciding all the colors for the rows. That was the hardest part, honestly. It's like, okay, which colors do we choose for the rows? I may need to do a little bit more of a cut through there. It doesn't seem to get. Don't put your knife away, guys. That you're using because we need to get in and do a little bit of a extra cut if you didn't go all the way through. I think that was the right call. Almost it looks. I mean, I didn't want to put green down there because you got the green of this and it would have just taken away from it. You know? I've got something to use after this. Well, possibly kind of up there. Oh, I don't know. We'll see. Why I just picked up those scissors? I don't understand why I just did that. Come on. Cooperate. Thank you. I don't want to take this down. There comes the thunder. There rolls the thunder. All right, I hear the thunder. I hear the thunder. And the thunder rolls. I know, don't come off there. That would not be a good thing. That's not. Yeah, I think that was a good call. Because if we had put green down there, you would have not seen that. Yeah. I'm going to take this out for a second and plug this phone in so I don't lose battery on this too. I think that was a great call there because if we had put green there, it would have been too much with that green there. And then green, and it would have been way too much. You needed it. Oh, why did I do that? You needed a neutral color down there. Absolutely the right call. And I do have some plain fabric coming, like solid colors. I don't have them right now, so this is going to be just a myriad of different colors. Pretty. Kind of a combination of new and old. And I'm going into a new year, and my old year is behind me, so I think it's somewhat fitting. Right? I will use new and old fabric. And being blessed on top of it beyond measure is always a good thing. You don't want to chop it down too much that you don't have enough room to tuck. But it's not going to have enough to hold into. So you want to be careful that you're not doing that too much. You want to have enough that you're going to place it in and want to stay exactly where you stuck it. I'm just kind of taking this. Just doesn't seem like you got enough of a cut. It's just I can't get enough in there to get it down. Scared the dickens out of me. I jumped. Yes, I jumped whatever that was, it just went off.
Sorry.
It was like, I don't know if y'all saw it in the camera, but I literally jumped. Joshua Ryan trying to scare me before my birthday is even here.
Yes.
That's enough. I don't need any more. I'm trying to figure out what's going on with this also. Nothing. Yeah, I didn't tuck it right because it's coming up where it's not supposed to come up. Okay, now we gotcha. You may have ones that do what's just happening now, and if it does, just we have to put in another piece. We'll put in another piece. I had to kind of take that piece out for a second till I can get this one. Yeah, in there. I may have to redo that one. That one's just not. For some reason, it is coming up on me. It's fraying already. So we're going to take that piece out because I can't get this one in here right. And that's the one thing. If you realize you're having a piece that's not cooperating, just do it again. No big deal. That was early on. We were trying to learn. And we're still learning. So where's my green? Somewhere around here. Here it is. Oops. No big deal. Just get another piece and we'll put it right there. I don't even think I need to measure that one. And it had an edge on it that I don't want in there, so that's why I cut it the way I did. This edge you don't want in there. It's an edge I'm gonna get cut off anyway. Thank you, Abigail. We are doing Kinusaiga. I think I finally got it. I've said it 3,000 times. Kinusaiga. It's an art of. It is one thing that I have found recently, and I have never done it before. So I am learning right along with you what to do, what not to do. We're going to be doing more of them because it is something that I really think I will enjoy. If this little thing will cooperate with me, we're going to be just fine. We're not going to have problems here. But it's the art of tucking fabric when it wants to cooperate with you. And I kind of had to redo a piece because it just wasn't cooperating, so we take it out. It was fraying because it was one of the early pieces I found out. And again, if anybody wants to see the list of all the supplies, go there. I hear the wind. I hear the wind. We're supposed to get some not so good storms coming. I'll take thunder booms all day long. Take thunder booms. I'm gonna take everything but tornadoes.
We're gonna have to break in the freezer.
Why?
Sugar in. Fill in the-
You can get to the freezer with me in here. This little piece does not want to go back in there. It's going to go back in there, but it does not want to go back in there. But I had to take the other piece out because it was fraying already. Just can't get it enough where I'm not taut enough. Such a little tiny piece. The other piece was already fraying and it wasn't like solid. It wasn't, there we go. It wasn't like going in there like I wanted to, and I was fighting with it. I was like, I really would like that to be nice and clean, not look like it's fraying. I have it in there for 2 seconds. No. There we go. Get in there. Get in there. Good. If I had to do this little piece over again, I'd probably get rid of the thing. I get rid of the things and make it a whole thing full of. Just not do the little side parts if I had to do it again. Which we're going to do it again because you're going to see improvement. We won't do it for a while, but do it again so you guys can see improvement. I think, unfortunately, this one is going to do the same thing, but I not cut it long enough. have to do this one too. It's okay. This one's doing the same thing. It's okay. We'll just pick it. And if not, I'll take it all out and I'll do a solid piece and we'll be done with it. Which is what I should have done from the start, but I didn't. Because I was learning. But it's just fraying. I don't know. Because I didn't leave it, I didn't have it long enough. That was the problem. Let me get this. Okay. We got this, right? We got this. I mean, you don't want a ton of it tucked in that fit, to be able to have in the space, but you also don't want it to be totally like short, because then it doesn't have enough to go down in there. So it's a fine line, and it's something you have to just learn. It's part of learning this, is going, okay, that's too short, but that looks a lot better. Just couldn't get it to work. So it's not like paint where if you make, or certain art forms, if you make a mistake, you can't kind of come in and fix it. You can with this. If I had to do this over again, I just make it one straight thing. Forget the little divots. I think I don't have to do it with this one too. Let's see if we can get it underneath. And I have a little bit of glue that if I needed to feel like I'm going to kind of take this down a minute to see if I can kind of be careful too, because you don't want to take from the previous one. Just in a minute, it's coming out, and it's going to be just a solid one happening in a second. There we go. There we go. We got it. We got it. We got it on that side. Got it on this side. Just take it, and you have to lift up your fabric for a minute. You jam it down too far. Not a big deal. Okay, that works. I take this up. Of course, I could regret that in a minute. I just did. I like that. Staying like exactly like that. There's a little piece of fabric that I'm not crazy about, but we're gonna leave it for now. And I'll just change it later. Now I think we're gonna do this with the same fabric. Not to get. I will let you go. Get little tweezers. Okay. No. Let's see. I need this. I'm gonna do this way. Need the other where they went to. Here they are. Thanks, Emmy. Yep, we figured out how to do that. I'm having to use my mother's phone. We got two phones because you can't. I thought, well, great, I'll just invite and do a double live, just invite somebody to use my camera for my laptop. No, you can only use cameras if the camera views from or inviting somebody camera in the app if you're using a phone. You can't do it. This has got to be. You can't do it if you're it can't be on a tablet. It has to be on the phone. So my mother's been without her phone for a while. But the only way when we have other phones, but they're not as good quality as this. So it wouldn't have given you guys the greatest of views. I took that one in, so it looks nice. This up here. But we're doing an art form called Kinusaiga. I think I'm getting better at saying it. Don't put me on it, guys. It's the art of tucking fabric. And so it's something I'm just found that I think I'm going to really enjoy. I'm very, very good with putting colors together. I always have been. I do it great when I do a blanket. I can imagine it. Like I can go into the store at the crochet place, pick out yarn, be able to put colors together really well. Always been good with that. So I think I'm going to do very well doing this. And I can see good things happening with us. I don't know what it is. I've had, and I know I'm not saying I believe in fortune or anything like that. Hi, Langley. But there's kind of like, I've had sheep on, probably just dry skin past couple of days. So I'm like, well, is that telling me that I'm going to have good fortune or good luck? I don't believe in that. God blesses us, and I'm very thankful for the blessings I have in my life. And I'm going to be a grandmother soon, and so things are good. And I would probably tell you when you're doing this, don't get a pattern that's too intense. Do one that's very simple when you're first doing this, because you're having to learn. You're having to learn this. So, don't pick something that's going to frustrate you. Pick something that you're going to enjoy doing, because you don't enjoy doing it, forget it, right? Try to get this thing. And I have to learn how to not be so forceful in digging into this. That's the thing I have to learn, because I've kind of noticed it as I've been doing this. It's just the art of learning how far to go, how to kind of not push it too much, and that'll all happen over time. Yeah, we'll learn together, that's for sure. I think that other seam ripper is going to be better. I'm not liking this one. Not liking the other one because it's not shaped in a way that's going to be good. Very thin, but it's in a root. Just didn't get root in time, but that's okay. We'll make it all work. Mom has a really tiny seam ripper. She goes, "You want the tiny one?" I'm like, "No." No, 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 no. I don't need that tiny. Little gnat flying around. I guess it wants to be part of the project. Part of our community, right? Yeah, okay. They did? Okay. I'll go tomorrow. I just didn't I didn't have time to go today. I didn't know. And I thought, oh, we'll be out tomorrow. We won't be by there, but we can go out Friday. Or I can go out Saturday. I may go out Saturday because we got a lot going on Friday. So just kind of see where we're at. I think it's looking good. I mean, I can do better, but I don't think it's bad from my first one. That's pretty dang on good. I think I've done pretty good with my old self. Mm, Bring that up a little bit. So much wasted fabric. Milka finds her way. Tell me if she knows. The sky kind of thing. I would say, honestly, I'm going to try to finish this, but I would say if I was doing this and in the future, while we're doing this, we're probably going to do these in sections. I'm going to finish this one tonight because I just want to finish it. But I will say that it's a lot to do in one sitting. I would say we've been here for almost 3 hours doing this, and it's been wonderful. But I would absolutely say, it's something you could do and leave. And I don't know if I'll be able to finish it. Not that I'm giving up, but I'm not giving up. I'm just maybe getting really tired. Just fine. Did I do it again? I did it again. It's too small. Mary, you're gonna have to learn, girl. But I may have to, because it's a lot. So I'd say it's something too that, I had there are people that have done it. And if you're having difficulty or you're sitting on, I don't know what to do with this, walk away from it for a while and come back. There were people that they did it for a while and they came back later and they had they didn't quite know what to do with something and then they came back with it. So this is something like diamond painting for sure. You could have spot and just come back and work on it when you wanted to. You wouldn't necessarily have to sit for as long as I'm sitting and doing it. So in the future, when we're doing this, we'll probably do stuff in sections. I can tell you that right now. Because it's a lot to accomplish in one. It's not that I'm not enjoying it. It's just, yeah, I think I got that. I hope I have. I think I've got a pretty good job, actually. I just got to figure out where this part is going. Where are you at, you two? You know what? I think this is going to be one of them sections too. Needs the knife on it. And I think that I can still get better at it. It's still one of those things that the technique, learning about it, learning where to cut, where not to cut, um, learning how far to put this thing down there, the pressure, all those things come with just time, you know, and they're going to take time. And um, I definitely got the hang of it, that's for sure. And I don't think anybody that does it is going to sit there being perfect either, you know. Sorry guys, just changing out the battery for the thing, flipping it between both. I'm gonna lose everybody, you know. I think that you gotta kind of go with life and say, well, I may not know how to do this. May be a little nerve wracking to try, but I'm sure glad and I'm telling you how I found this. I didn't all tell you how I found it, right? I was literally just I think it was one night I couldn't sleep, couldn't go right to sleep. I just started. I like to sit when my brain's going like a mile a minute, and I'll sit with my phone on Facebook, and I'll just go and just scroll, and that's how I found it. I'm like, oh, what's this, and that's exactly how I found it. I just was like, this seems interesting, and it's only been around since 1980, so it's not something that is super super like new or old. So it's something that's been around for a long, like crochet, been around for years. This is something pretty new and something y'all hadn't heard about before. And you want to tuck that in pretty good before you go cutting it off, because that's what I'm learning too. You gotta give it a good tuck in there so you're not fraying the edges. Oops. Whoopsie. I can hear myself, guys. Even though I turn the volume all the way down, I still hear myself. So weird. It's like the sky. Isn't that pretty? That is so pretty. Look at that. Perfect sky fabric. That's for sure. I don't know what to do with that little piece, that part there yet. Figure that out. And I'm learning the technique when it comes to this part. See? Is where you're taking it, you're kind of going over the lines. Like that. just to kind of get in there. There's the thunder. I don't know if you guys can hear that. Be a long night. Yeah, I like the blue too. It looks like a sky. Sure. Don't like these kind of storms. Didn't like them. I mean, I guess I should from a girl who grew up in Florida with hurricanes. Not something I like some. This would be a great project too. If you're getting storms in the middle of the night and you'd like to have something to distract you, just come out and start tucking fabric. You don't have to worry about storms, right? I don't mind the pitter patter of rain when. Listen, when you get Ryan Hall you all on, then you start listening. Dang on it. That's what it's like. When you got him on, then you start listening, all right? And he's live. I think he's live now. Come up here. Not there. That sky is done. Move to the next patch of sky. It's going to be too short, I can already tell. We only have a couple more pieces. Those that have hung with me this entire time, God bless your little choo-choos. Those that couldn't, I totally understand. Those that have, thank you. There's more thunder. More thunder. I'm being careful, y'all. It's not. There's just where I need to. Come on, get in there. You can go. You can do it. I've also seen people use pottery tools too. Just a seam ripper works best, but I've seen people use those tools as well. Oops. There's a reason why I have that the way I do. Show you all in a minute when I get done. All right, just have a couple more sections. I'm wondering if I should do this blue and that blue. I think I will. Then pick something else out for that. I really like the sky happening kind of around the rose. And I could see you just getting, just totally lost in this. Just turning on some music and just, I think today it's even more important to find things like this, like crochet, like other things to just get lost in, because our world is so, we've got so much going on around us that we have got to find things that we can decompress with. And I did that again, didn't I? We're just going to leave it. I may take that out later, but I'm not going to necessarily worry about it this second. Just going to leave it. I kind of got a little bit. Let me just fix it real quick, just because I need to cover it up. I didn't do it. It's going to irritate me. It wasn't long enough. I'm learning that. It's just gonna. Wasn't long enough. I need a longer piece to stick down there. Especially with this fabric, it seems to be fraying easily. Just fine. It's like a velvet. It has like a velvet touch on it. So. Such concentration. Yes. It's just, like I said, you can get lost in something like this very easily. For sure. But it's just learning, okay, I don't need to cut it that short and I gotta watch it so I don't. Because then it tends to, if you don't, then you know it's the pressure of the seam ripper and everything, and it's gonna fray it. So you gotta really make sure you've got enough before you're starting to kind of cut away fabric. But that's just part of learning too. That's part of kind of going, okay, got enough fabric jammed in there now. I'm gonna be fine to cut it so that it's not fraying on you, because then you can see it if you're doing it. You want really clean lines. You want enough fabric that it's going to go down in there and it's going to be hidden. So, and you're just taking just continue making bypasses over it. It's the best technique is just continuing going over it with little bypasses. The reason I'm cutting it is because when I realize I have enough fabric down there, if it's not going down there easily, it means that the space is full and I need to cut away a little bit. That's why these scissors are working so well. Because I need somebody back in the room. Neck. Oh, neck's getting a little sore. That's fine. I'll be okay. Definitely going to use I have a massage thing I use. And it is wonderful. And I will sit and take a nice hot shower tonight. And then I'll sit with it on my neck for a little bit. And I just massage back there. I'll loosen everything up. Telling you, one thing I wish that they would pay for the insurance is for massages. Because people like me that have fibromyalgia, it would be very beneficial to be able to go and have a massage. It'd be extremely beneficial to do that with. But they don't pay for, fortunately, they don't pay for that. But it'd be nice if they did. Because it would be, everybody would find it very helpful. For sure. Well, what they don't do is pay for preventative maintenance or preventative things. Like, it took us finding a program because my daughter's a diabetic, so she's had to have a Dexcom on her body to monitor her sugars. So you wouldn't believe what we went through to get that on her body. And what we had to go find, and it was like it should be a no-brainer. You're gonna have a baby, you got diabetes, you should have this. And then the doctors are able to monitor the blood sugar. And it's like, it's just, to me, it's just absolutely baffles my mind. We've got the technology, but they want to keep the technology for people that are type 1 diabetics. And I'm like, if we've got the technology, why are we arguing about it? Just have everybody wear it. I talked to a guy as I was trying to find help for her, And he's like, I'm a type 1 and I can't even get it on my body because it costs too much. I'm like, why? Why are we even doing this? It makes sense to my head. But I'm glad I'm not in the insurance world. I think I'd go stir crazy. Okay, couple more pieces. I gotta figure out which ones. Hydration break. Can't believe it's 11:30. Well, guys, at this rate, you're gonna be here when I turn my birthday because we're heading in that direction, aren't we? Let's see. What do you think? I don't like it. Do not like it. I don't like this. Finding one that's going to work. That's going to be the problem. We'll find it in a minute. Just have to find out which one I'm going to go. I'm thinking, guys. Give me a second. Too much? Too bright? Or too bold to go there? What do y'all think? I think it'll work. Let's go for it. It's the worst thing. You gotta have my purple in there, right? You know what? Actually, let me change my mind. No, I'm not. We're gonna do this here. I think it'll be fine. Do this on either side. So just add a, yeah, it'll go. And sometimes you need to pull it up and reposition when you don't think you've done enough. You cut enough, big enough, just reposition it again. No big deal. Yeah, that works. Flipping it over here, so lose y'all. Alternating power cords between the two phones. this little end off. No. Guys, don't forget to put hashtag blessed in the chat so people can connect with you. Hopefully, we've had a lot of channels growing tonight. It makes my heart very happy to see people connecting with each other. It makes my day. Literally. It looks like Starry Night to some degree. I like it. I think I was gonna like it, but I don't like it. We'll put this here. Oops. I gotta figure out last two pieces and I'll show you how I'm gonna finish this. Because needs some knife. Just didn't get cut. Oops. Cut into the fabric. Oh well. Wasn't careful. I did it. Pick this up. Just tuck it in. Got a bunchy right here, so I'm gonna fix that. A little gold. Got a little purple. Got a little sparkles in this one. Right, that's that. And I did a little nick on one of them, but I'll take care of that later. I'm not gonna worry about it. These little two sides, I don't know what to do with. I don't know what to do with those. Got fabric scraps all over me. I think we're gonna hit this fabric again. I think it'll look right because it needs to be neutral again. So we'll do this here. Oops. Wait, we don't need to go into that section. I did that section. And then I decide what I'm going to put around this thing. That's right, hold it. We didn't go far enough again. Gotta learn it. And I am getting some solid fabric in, and I don't know if they'd work. It would be too thin or not. I'd have to find out. Got some bandanas when we had the C plus math. We made face masks, and so we have some bananas left over because Christina would tie dye the front of them, and then with the white bandanas, and then I got multicolored to finish the back. And so I know I've got fabric from that. I have to see if that would work. That would be too thin or not. I don't know. We'll figure that out. See, I cut it. I'm just going to show that. We'll take care of that later. If I make any mistakes, you guys get the idea. Definitely do the nose on that one. I was trying to cut in. I cut in all of it too much on that one. Took a nose. Took a cut on the fabric. But learning curves. Learning curves. I definitely think the other thing that I'm getting will be a much easier cut. And this one's going to be the same fabric. Come on, come on. Up, 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 up. I know, so close. Well, we're going to be here another, what, 14 minutes? We're here for another 18 minutes. You'll be here to welcome me in for my birthday. So it works out perfectly. Hopefully Mom will let me leave the table the way it is. I don't think I can do that too. And whoops, going into something that we've already done. Just be lifting it up in your prayer site that we do not have a bad strong night. Not on my birthday, right? Can't happen on my birthday. And I am going to proudly take the imperfections of this one and wear them as a badge of honor, because I would say it was my first one. And I made mistakes, but then I learned as I got. And I'm going to keep this one because I would like to show that off. This is where I started. This is how far we've come. And so that's absolutely something I'd encourage. Keep, if you're somebody that thinks, oh, I could do this, and maybe sell your pieces, keep your first one, because then you can judge how far you've come and how much you've learned, and you'll always have that first piece to kind of go, oh yeah, I've learned a lot. I learned to not do this and to do this and to do that. And see, that's gonna bother me. That's gonna bother me, and I'm gonna be able to take that because I nicked it as we were trying to fix something, and it's gonna irritate me. It got nicked, and the fabric got nicked as I was trying to cut into the other one. You can literally see the whatever that stuff was, the styrorite board, whatever it's called. Where did I put the other fabric? I know I had some of it left. Where did you go? I've got fabric all around me, guys. Literally. It was so organized. Not happening now. If I find another piece. Wait, I've got another piece someplace. It's somewhere. It's like it should be someplace. I've got more of it. I know I do. And it was a big piece. It's like it should be around here someplace. It's a big piece. Oh, there's a piece I can use. I find what happened to that one. Because I know I had a big piece of it. There's no way I went through all that. That was unfortunately, that was a piece I'm like, wait a minute. I saw it when it happened. I'm like, I nicked it. And you could see the foam board coming through. I'm like, it really, it's a me thing. Probably nobody else noticed it, but I did. Like it's gonna lose the picture of it. It was so pretty, and then have purple coming through it. That's not fabric. It's gonna look weird. So we're just gonna replace it. It shows you all if you make a mistake, just take it out and replace it. No big deal. It is a little harder because you don't have the sticky fabric part of it, but which means you just gotta kind of dig it in a little bit more to get it to work, but it will work. It's just it is easier with the sticky stuff, and I scraped the previous one. Boy, oh boy. One goes down, right? I nicked both of them when I did it. And that one was really not okay. And I did it on the previous one. We're gonna leave that one for right now. It's not as bad as that one. That looks like it really messed with. Of course, I may say that, but I may not be able to do it. Be very careful that you're not using the other part of the seam ripper that could really kind of mess with some of the fabric. Some of this fabric that I received has been probably sitting around for a while, so you know, it probably. I'm gonna see. I don't know if y'all saw if this got nicked. So while we're in here fixing that, we might as well fix that other, right? And we'll be all set on that pattern. We're just gonna stay exactly that way. I'm not. If I had to do you over again, you'd be one strip, which you may end up being at one point. Not tonight. I said we're going to keep a little bit mistakes here and there. Because then we learn. We realize we're not perfect. None of us, not one. What's that? At least we don't have board coming through that shouldn't be coming through because I nicked it. I was doing it. Do your first one, keep it, and then learn from what you could be doing better. All that we can do, guys. You're not going to be perfect when you first do this. It's going to take a little bit to get the hang of it. I mean, I have seen some beautiful work done by people, and sure they would not think that this is, I mean, far up there as far as, you know, the most beautiful thing anybody's ever seen with some of the other people I've seen do this, but I've learned a lot doing this tonight. And hopefully this encourages you to kind of, first of all, embrace your mistakes, y'all. Embrace them, have them, show them off, learn from them, and move on. Now I got to figure out these numbers. We're almost there. Goodness. I about had it. Now I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. I think this may be it. What do y'all think? Too bright? Too bright for it? It's going to be a strip of it. I don't know. I kind of like it. Let's go with it. Now, with this part here, guys, you got to make sure you have enough to take around the back. Okay? Because that's where you're going to tuck it in. And I'm going to show it to you. So, you know, you got to make sure with the end part, okay, that you got to have enough of whatever fabric you're using that it's going to go around the edge, around the end. If you want to make a frame, you can frame these in all different kind of things, but you got to make sure that this is going to come around here, okay, so that you can tuck it. Now I do have you have this, also have this. Five more minutes. And then my birthday. Okay, got a glue stick so that you can take the glue stick and just put it right there. Okay, then take this and just put it on there. Now this has got a little bit of a grip there. Okay, as you're trying to work this in. So I'm gonna take this and kind of give me a better edge. Take this actually. Possibly it's worth doing. Okay, so you're gonna take this and just rub this down like we've been doing this whole entire time. Just continue to tuck. Okay. And then when we get to the corner here, right, take this and put it down that little, if I can, it's going to work down that side. It's not going to work. Then it's going to work. Well, I kind of crushed the side a little bit when I was doing everything. So do our best. Okay. Actually, no. And I didn't do it long enough on this side. I don't know if you can see that. I didn't do it on that side. I'm going to actually take this. We're going to take this because I really screwed that side up. I was going to make it corner, but we're going to have to not do that on this one. Learning curve for next time. So we're going to take this and just kind of fold it because I didn't do it long enough. And we're just going to kind of fold it over. Okay. That's what we're going to do with this. Okay, so we're gonna fix that in a minute. Because that's what I'm gonna have to do. I kind of destroyed these sides, and so I don't want to waste all of that. So my original plan is not gonna work. It's fine. We're gonna make it work. Right? So take this. I'm gonna take this and make sure you rather have more than not enough. On this side. And again, you got to make sure you're going to have enough on the back. So that's where you're going to. So when you're doing this, you got to make finishing it off. If you're doing a border for it. So if you're doing a border for the frame, you got to do enough. Now, I will say I'm probably going to make my frames a little bit thicker than I did. But again, we're learning. It's a learning curve. So now I'm going to use this tuck. Right, we're going to tuck this in here like this, down this, take this and tuck. Okay, so wherever the glue stick is right now, we're going to use that and just do a little bit of glue stick right there. Thank you. Well, 1 minute, according to me, I still got 1 minute, and my mother will not wish me happy birthday until, what is it? Until I can't lost my seam for until now. Happy birthday to me. Happy birthday to me. Happy birthday to Mary. Happy birthday to me. My mother will not wish me happy birthday until 9:05 because I was born at 9:05 on the 18th. So she will not, she will sit there and she'll literally, she's woken me up when I've slept in or something on my birthday. She'll wake me up at 9:05. Happy birthday. It's not gonna work for some reason. So thank you all. Thank you all. Thank you all. This has been an interesting birthday. If you had told me I'd be tucking fabric in. Nope, that's not how I thought I'd spend my birthday, or going into my birthday, I should say. So then we're gonna do this. Let's take this down. Not the, where's my Kinefy? I had to modify what I was doing because I messed up. It's okay. We got it. We got it. We got it. We got it. Be careful when you're doing this, guys. Please be careful when you're doing it. And I'm just kind of taking my thing. This is how you get a border on these without having to necessarily go. I mean, I could still eventually think about getting wood and all that stuff, like paint sticks, to eventually maybe, but you know, if you don't want to do this, this is the way to do a border. Gonna take this because for some reason this fabric does not like that. Those scissors. Okay. Time to plug Mama's phone in. Hobnobbing between the two things, right? You got to be very careful too when you're doing it that you're not taking the seam ripper side and like scratching the other fabric. Because then you'll realize, oh, I guess I got to replace that piece section too because I did that. I think I get, well, I think, because I don't know how many people have crumble cookie, but we have crumble cookie. I think I get a free crumble cookie, or at least I have it for a couple of days. And then we have a Wits place, like a frozen custard place. I think I get a free scoop from them too. And I think we're going to try to go to Raising Cane's tomorrow. So believe me, I'll be saying, hey, what do you give people for birthdays? I get my nails done. Christina's got her nails done too. I don't think you'd ever would think Western crochet would be tucking fabric in, right? It's like fine she wouldn't have done. See, I find all this cool stuff you guys would have never known about. Oh, crazy girl tucking fabric in on her birthday. Better than doing laundry. Strings out. It certainly beats spending it alone, right? Yeah, I love Raising Cane's. I actually like Raising Cane's better than Chick-fil-A. I'll have Chick-fil-A, but it's not my favorite. People say, oh, it's bland because you got to use the sauce. And I was one that when I did Chick-fil-A, or not Chick-fil-A, Raising Cane's, I didn't like their sauce at first. But now I really like, I love their sauce. I got to figure this out. Okay, now you got to kind of tuck. And we'll take this and do this kind of across. I did get fabric glue. I felt I needed to use that. Take this. This one seems to be working pretty good. So take that. We're going to take this and sort of make a nice. You want to make a nice corner is what you're trying to do. Actually attempting to do. Folding my corners. One corner there. And then that it worked like I had it. It just didn't work like I was going to do. If I cut it, needs to be thicker. That was my problem. Made a little snafu, but we'll clean up the snafu. We'll be fine. So just work with it. I'm going to take this and take the glue stick. And we're going to take this and rub it down. Now I did get tacky glue, and you could use tacky glue when you're trying to do fabric to fabric. Take your time a minute. Don't rush this, because this is the finished part of it. Right? You want this part to look nice. I just work with each end like I did. I worked with one end. And I'm working with another. If I need to, I could do it. Now, what you could do too is pull this taut and then take your glue stick and just take this, and that way to hold it in place so it's not going to come up. And then we're going to chop some of this fabric off. At least this way, to the point it's not. I'm going to move back for just a second. Okay, I'm not too worried about. And then you can just keep folding it. You'll find the little niches kind of. So I'm kind of taking it. I do want to pay attention to this on this side though. This will take a little bit of time to kind of get it to fold right or bend right. That's what I'm trying to look for. I'm looking for it to bend the way I want it to. There we go. See? Now I've got that side down. This side. Take your glue stick. Keep folding around. The ends we'll worry about in a minute. I think that's the key. Get this down and then we'll worry about the ends. You do have to kind of come in for some of these and kind of tack them in a little bit. Like I said, I do have tacky glue fabric that if I need to. But the glue stick, and I'll show you why I'm not too concerned. Let's take a look at that. Why I like to not worry about it, or not, I'm not too concerned about the back, is because of what I have for the back, which will solve all the hidden problems. You won't see any of this, but I do want it to be a nice fold. We worked really hard on this. I like it to look nice. So I'm going to take your glue stick, and we'll be cutting off fabric for sure. That's going to happen because there's a lot of extra fabric we are not going to need. I have the angle of this table up a little bit, so it's going to, yeah. Almost. This stick's really sticky. I think it was as sticky as it was. Take this, pull this down. I'll have to learn how to do that better than I did, but for right now, we're gonna do it and learn as we go, guys. This is all about learning as we go. I have to fold this in because it kind of got a little funky. Funky. I'm just trying to finagle it. You're gonna have to sit if you're doing it this way. for a little bit till you kind of get it to where you want. I'm going to chop off a lot of this fabric because we don't need it. It's a lot. And another thing you can do too, which I did not do, and I just cut that too small. Oh well. Is you can take your knife too, like here, cut into your foam, take your seam ripper. Okay. Now that we've got the glue on there too, and just take it and it'll go right back here like that. So some of that I'm probably going to go ahead and do that too. That method works. It's just taking that, then you got you can just tuck it in on the back like we've been doing this entire time. I do have to learn how to do my ends better, but that's something we'll just have to learn, right? Do the same thing kind of with this. And it does not need to be straight back here because nobody's gonna see it. You'll see what I'm gonna do in a minute. And I'm not even really concerned if it doesn't all lie straight. In the sense of it all, I just want to get it in to the little grooves. I don't care if it really sits totally kind of all in there. The line straight. And you're gonna think, oh, how can you cover that up? Believe me, I'll show you. Show you what I got. I think I'm just gonna okay, just so everybody knows, I'm not doing this long again. One solid thing. I've enjoyed it, don't get me wrong, but my body will not like me if I did it like this a lot. It would be very not happy with me. Let's tuck this in a bit more. Can here, we got it. We're gonna put it right here. Right down here. There we go. And it's not going to be as straight as I'm, but it'll be fine. For my first one, I'm going to accept it. I'm going to accept it to some degree. Yeah. I'm just having to kind of, it didn't go in right and it was bunching up, but you're not going to see it necessarily on that side. Come on, get in there. Yes, I talked to my stuff. That's good. I mean, I don't like that, but we're going to deal with it right now. I know what I need to do next time. I'm learning. So we're going to go. It's not as flat as I want to have it. It's gonna. Come on. There we go. At least I can kind of somewhat fold it out. this part. I'll just put that on right there. Yes, I'm talking to myself, y'all. I do it. Ask my husband. I say, you have a conference with yourself again? Yep. I have them all the time. Problem is sometimes myself don't listen to myself. It'd be nice if I took my own advice. You know that, but sometimes I just do not. So this is going to have to be a learning curve for me. Is how to accomplish that. And first of all, is make sure you have enough fabric. That was the first issue I had. We're just going to go with it. We're going to fold it back in. Let's try and get this still. Well, this is what I'm going to bring it up to you and just you'll see what I'm going to do, where you're going to see that you're not going to see any of this back. And I'm telling you, for sides that I don't quite know what I'm doing with, I'm doing a pretty, I think, somewhat of a good job. At least I hope. Hi, YTB, YTFB. I'm getting tired. It's my birthday. It's officially the 18th, even though my mother will not wish me a happy birthday until 9:05. And we will be on the road at 9:05 on the way to see Christina, which is my daughter. Okay, and the reason why you're not going to see any of this, and this is what I probably will be using, of course, and this is the first time I've done any of this, so I'm learning. So you think, oh my goodness, you get done with this beautiful thing and then you got that mess. No, you don't. Felt that has sticky stuff on it. I have seen people use cardstock. I wouldn't recommend it, partly because you have the problem then with if it gets wet or anything like that, then you have a ruined piece. That's one thing. Also, you have the issue with the fact that you've got that stuff we use to put the picture on. Lay it that way, shouldn't I? Is expensive. So I wouldn't use that as the sticky stuff for the back of it. The thing about the felt is it is pretty sticky. So you're not having to, I knew it was going to drop down before the night before. You're not going to have to worry about necessarily having to use up that fabric, use up that sticky stuff. It's not terribly expensive, but it's still something. These sheets cost 99 cents at Hobby Lobby, and I would prefer them over paper. Because if paper gets on, if you put paper on here and that gets wet, then it's gonna ruin the back. This way, I could put a little piece of paper with my information on it, when it was made, and so forth, right? I could sign it. And then that way, I've got it protected. And then I can sign it. And then what I would do is if I put a piece of paper, I would take a piece of packing tape and I would cover the packing tape. I would cover the paper with packing tape. And then that way you would be able to protect it. Right? You'd be able to protect the image. I still did that off, didn't I? use your fancy dancy scissors. And just if you made a mistake and you cut it where it's showing itself, which it is, just take your scissors, just go around. So I did a little bit too big. These scissors are great, by the way. I highly recommend them. And if you get a little stickiness on the scissors, just go get an alcohol pad and just wash your scissors. It'll come off really easily. I have that with my glue with the crochet. This wasn't this was a 5x7, but it wasn't a total 5x7. Right. So I will take a little alcohol to this because it's got a little residue on there from there. These things are sharp. But I'll take a little alcohol, one of Josh's alcohol pads, where I put them away, and I'll clean that off. So now, right? No back. It's not perfect. I'm not saying it is, but you're not seeing any of that stuff on the back. Now I can do a lot better with my tucks and all that, and that's just learning. That's just learning. But just and then you can take very gently. I wouldn't do it. Take your lint roller. My lint roller does work, and just carefully go over it. I'm not even touching it. I am, because I don't want to pull anything up. I'm just going over it and getting the little bit of like little lint stuff that got on, right, thing, because we were working and lint happened. And so I'm just taking it and just, and then you may have to take your get in there. Come on. Get on the wrong side. No, I got it on the right side. Take your seam ripper that didn't fall on the floor, and you can just pick up like the little, like this one here, and that's kind of dug in there, and just go around and just check and make sure you need to tuck anything else in. Get you off of here, but you can have a lint roller, and then just like you saw, it cleaned up everything really well. And I mean, I think for our first attempt, I think that's pretty dang on good. I'm really proud of me little self. I can only get better because I can see, and it's just me. I know you all say it's beautiful, it's beautiful. I can see imperfections. That's okay. I think we're the hardest on ourselves and we don't realize it. You know that? I am just going around and seeing if there's places that I can like just clean up. And I'm sure you all could see why I said don't use styrofoam. You're just not going to get as clean of an edge with this as you are with this, with polystyrene. I can do better, and I will learn. But I'm kind of going around and just kind of cleaning up. That's why tweezers. Probably not. I have tweezers just to have around, just to kind of clean up. But overall, I am very impressed. And I can only get better. Honestly. What do y'all think? Around the edges. Yes. You can. You can do a shadow box. Shadow boxes can be expensive. I looked in that. Another thing that I was considering doing was doing wood sticks around it, to frame it, and actually taking paint sticks and just going ahead and putting them around the frame, and just putting the wood sticks around this and here and here, and just using paint sticks and cutting them. They're very easy to cut, and then that way you could actually just stain them, and then you could put them on. You could just use wood glue onto here, and it would be fine. I thought of doing that too as well, which is something else. You can also go to Hobby Lobby. Yes, you could. Hobby Lobby, not Hobby Lobby, Dollar Tree. And those pictures that are kind of like stains inside of the frame around, you can get those. And I've seen people stick their stuff in there. I've seen them use shadow boxes. I've seen people take paper and put it behind here. I really, really like the felt though. And I would say, even if you were going to put it in a shadow box or something, I'd say go ahead and put the felt on it. This is pre-done, pre-glued felt. I'm very impressed with the peel and stick felt, and it gives it a nice thing. Guys, this is very relaxing. It's easy. It's something that will be a learned process. Now, here's the thing too, and I will try it this way as well. Next time, is if you're not going to put a frame around it yourself, you need to make sure that when you're doing your edges, you're having enough fabric that will go from here to the back. So if I was just going to have this be like a finished, not have if I was going to have this be something that was going to be finished, or I wasn't going to have this border around it, I would make sure that all these connecting ends all had enough to go towards the back. And then all you would do is put a cut in this in the back, tuck it in, and put the felt on top. So you can do that too as well if you didn't want to do the thing. And I'm going to probably try that on my next one. I like the frame around it, but I also think it's a pain in the neck. But I have to learn how to do it better in order to do it. But I think I need it definitely thicker, for sure. But there is Kinusaiga. It is an absolutely beautiful art. I am hooked, and we're only going to get better. I will say this: this was a special stream. We're celebrating my birthday, but I can tell you, I will probably never sit 4 hours and a half and do it, because I can't do that for long stretches like that, because I do have fibromyalgia. So it'll be rough. So I won't do that. I won't do it again. Well, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I love how it came out. I absolutely loved it. I think I love the sparkle. You see that little sparkle in there? If you can see it, but you see that little sparkle? I love the sparkle. So we've got a flag to do. We've got more of these to do, but they will definitely be in sections. They'll be in sections for sure, like maybe an hour or something. They won't be 4.5 hours long. But it was so much fun. Thank you for helping me to bring in my birthday in such a special way. I absolutely loved it. I loved how this came out. Thank you for everybody that made this possible. You know who you are. I have tremendous gratitude. I thank you so, so much. Um, yes. Well, it's a rose. So and Rose is June's birthday month. It's the flower for the birthday month is rose. And I will keep this because I want to only see how much better I get. I want to be able to look back and go, man, I've come a long way. I learned a lot of techniques, but I've come a long, long way since I did this. So for the first time, just learning the pressure, learning the cut. Yeah, I think this is really cool. This is a great way to use up your fabric scraps for sure. So, guys, I'm gonna try to go to bed before we seem to have storms coming in about 4 o'clock in the morning. And I have to somewhat clean up the table. It's a mess. I gotta return mom her phone back. Oh goodness. So tomorrow we're going up to see Christina, and I was gonna do a live on the way there. Um that may work and it may not. We'll have to see. Um, we kind of have a rocking chair in the car right now that's taking up my seat, so I have to sit in the back. That's one thing. Um, we have to be leaving here, I think about like 9 o'clock in the morning, something like that. But if not, we'll hit you on the way back. Um, Friday is going to be a day I may come on live for a little bit. We have something going on pretty special in the afternoon. So I'm going to spend that time with my family. So on Saturday, we'll see where we at. Maybe we'll pull out another one, but I won't sit here for 4.5 hours and do it again. I need a massage after that. Oh, I need a nice hot shower. But I totally enjoyed that. I thought that really came out cool. Who would know that you could do that with fabric scraps? Unbelievable. So much, so cool. And I think if I'm looking at it and I'm seeing some imperfections, and guess what? I'm going to keep them. I'm not going to take them out. Like, I don't know if y'all can see it. Right here is fraying and right here, and it's going to drive me nuts, but I'm going to keep it because I learned something from each one of those frays. We go through life, guys, and we have frays that happen in our life, and we need to learn something from that. Hiccups or whatever, we need to learn something. So thank you for joining me. Uh, see where I am on Saturday. Whether I come on, I may come on and we may do another one, but it'll be definitely in sections. I can tell you that right now. This was so much fun. I love this. I just kept going on. I'm telling you, you really get addicted because you're like sitting there going, one more piece. No, just one more piece. And I'm like, yeah. One more diamond, one more diamond, one more this, one more that. And you kind of get addicted. But I think he came out pretty cool. I'm pretty impressed with myself. I'm going to get better. I think you can tell it's a rose. I think it's a beautiful, beautiful rose. So, guys, I'm going to head out, go to bed, get some sleep. Be praying we don't have bucket full of storms tonight. I really don't want to deal with it. Not one bit. Not looking forward to it. Don't want to have any kind of tornadoes our way. So, anyway, I'm going to pray for none. Not on my birthday. It's not allowed. All right, y'all. I love y'all. Thank you for celebrating and welcoming me in to another year as I celebrate this day. And I'm looking forward to the people I'm going to celebrate it with. I love each and every one of you. Thank you for making this possible. And hopefully, mom will let me keep the mess on the table because I don't think I have the energy to clean it up yet. I love you all. Thank you so much. Have a blessed evening or night, day, middle of the day, whatever it is, right? Remember to be proud of being you because everyone else is taken. Keep crocheting that connection. No crochet hook is required. We have you covered. Thank you so much for having us covered. And I will change the thumbnail with the correct name of what this is called so people know what it is called now. So if you see me putting something up with this name, you'll know now what it is. Right? Love you all. Have a great night. Well, wait here. Mama's here. She can tell us her reaction. What do you think?
That is beautiful.
She didn't think it.
Nice.
You knew I could do it, but
Yes.
you're somewhat impressed.
Oh, what a difference from the last time I saw you. And by the way, happy birthday. Happy birthday.
Yeah, but you don't usually wish me happy birthday
Well,
until 9:05.
Wait until 9:05.
But did you think that it will come out that looking that nice?
No. Oh, it's gorgeous.
I'm only going to get better.
Yes. Yes.
With a piece of foam and a seam ripper, I didn't have to sew anything.
It is very pretty.
And look at the felt on the back. It puts it all nice in.
Oh, yeah.
And it makes it all nice. You would never know that that's insulated board.
Very good.
And there's some new fabric and some used fabric or old fabric.
Yes.
So I was using new and old as I'm going from the old year to new year. So there you are, guys. There you go. Now I gotta show it to hubby. We'll see what he thinks. All right, y'all. I'm gonna get out of here. Go get some sleep and try to somewhat clean up the table. And I think Mom will let it go tonight. It's my birthday. Love y'all. Have a great night. Thank you so much. I love each and every one of you. Bye bye for now.